Hello everyone. In this video we are going to talk about basic greetings for when you meet someone you don't know. Okay, someone you don't know is called a stranger. So when you meet the stranger, what do you say? Okay, so these are basic greetings. So on the board here I have the first basic greeting. Hi. Okay, this is a very casual greeting when you meet someone for the first time. Hi, very simple. The second one, hello. Oh, something wrong with the spelling here. Be careful with the spelling of hello. Many of my students put the W. There is never a W. It is only hello, okay? Be careful with that. So, of course, these are the most common greetings. Hi, hello. And here are three more greetings. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. All right, so these are the most basic greetings when you meet the stranger. And when you say hi, they will probably say the same thing, hi. If you say hello, they will say the same thing, hello. If you say good morning, they will say the same thing, good morning. Good afternoon, good evening. So if they say good evening to you, you should answer good evening. If they say good morning to you, you should answer good morning. All right? That's how we do our basic greetings with a stranger. All right? Let's move on to some more greetings. Okay, so we're going to look at two more greetings. The next one is how are you? And this one, how are you doing? Okay, both are very common. You must know them. How are you? How are you doing? How are you? How are you doing? So someone asks you these questions and you would answer starting with I'm. Okay, I am, I'm fine. Okay, so I'm fine is the best answer. It's the most common answer. So you should always try to say, I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine. There are other answers. How are you? I'm great. I'm good. I'm not bad. I'm so-so. Okay, but be careful with so-so. Many of my students say so-so too much. Okay, so the best answer is I'm fine, and sometimes use these. Okay, maybe you are not fine, so you want to express something bad. So how are you? I'm bad. Or how are you? I'm not good. How are you doing? I'm not good. All right. So someone asks the question, you answer, and the polite thing to do is ask them the same question. So how are you? I'm fine. And then we should use one of these. Okay, how are you? I'm fine. And you? Okay, you're asking them. How are you? I'm fine. How about you? Okay, these mean the same thing. So you could use this one or this one. All right, let's take a look at a few examples, example dialogues, so we can understand this better. All right, let's look at example dialogue 1. Good morning. Good morning. Let's look at example dialogue 2. How are you? I'm good. And you? I'm fine. Let's look at example dialogue 3. How are you doing? Not bad. What about you? I'm pretty good. Let's look at example dialogue 4. Good afternoon. How are you? Very well, thank you. And you? I'm fine. Okay, I hope you have a good understanding of how to use basic greetings to someone you don't know. It's easy, all right? Before we go, I want to talk about this expression. How are you? I'm fine, thank you. And you. Of course, every Korean knows this expression. This is what you were taught in school. But of course, this is too common and too nice, too polite. So it's a little bit funny, okay? So, how are you? I'm fine, thank you, and you? Try not to use this, okay? Let's make it easier. As I said, it's too nice, so let's cut the thank you, okay? So this sounds better already. This is much better. How are you? I'm fine. And you? Okay, that's better than I'm fine, thank you, and you. All right? So that's basic greetings. Again, I hope you understand, and I'll see you next video. Hello, everyone. In this video, we're going to talk about basic greetings you would use with people you know, with your friends. Okay, now let's take a look. I have 3 here. Now, we would use these in very casual situations. Okay, we don't want to use these in business meetings or meeting some stranger who's very important. We want to use this with people we know, very friendly people. All right, so the first one is what's up? Okay, so what's up? What's up? Okay, don't look up. What's up? Common greeting. What's up? And what's new? Very similar. So if someone asks you what's up, they're kind of asking you, what are you doing now? Okay, so it could be, hey, what's up? And you would answer, oh, I'm going out for dinner. Okay, so what's up? What are you doing? Hey, what's up? I'm about to go to a party. Okay. With what's new, maybe they haven't seen you for like a week. Okay, you haven't met your friend for 1 week. You meet your friend, and your friend says, hey, what's new? Okay, what's new? What's new in your life? Okay, what happened in 1 week? So someone asks you, what's new? And you would answer, well, I made a new girlfriend, or I went to a concert last Friday. Okay, so what's new with you? I took a trip to Busan over the weekend. Okay, so someone asks, what's new? Kind of what happened in your life since they last saw you. All right. And the last one, very friendly expression here. How's it going? How's it going? What is it? How's it going? Well, it is your life. How's your life going? Or similar to how are you? So how's your life going? Are you doing well? You would answer, if someone asks, how's it going? You would answer, it's going great. It's going well. It's going fine. Okay, how's it going? It's going wonderful. All right, so these are the first 3. Let's take a look at another 3. All right, so here are 3 more expressions you can use when you're meeting your friend. The first one, very nice, very polite, very friendly. You say, good to see you. Okay, good to see you. Or, good to see you again. Okay, so you haven't seen your friend, you see your friend. Hi, good to see you. Okay, that's very friendly. Let's look at the next one. You meet your friend and your friend asks you, how are things? How are things? Okay, what things? How are things? Now, things, those are things in your life. So what's happening in your life? How's your life? Okay, how are things? So the how are things, you would answer, things are great. Things are good. Things are fine. Okay, how are things? Things are wonderful, or things are bad. Okay, so you can express that with things. How are things? Things are so-so. And the last one here, how's life? Hey, how's life? How's life? Again, very friendly, asking about your life. Is your life good or is your life bad? How's life? You could say, life is good. Life is great, or life is terrible. Okay, not good. Okay, it depends on your feeling. So these are 3 more to use with your friend. Again, not in a business situation, only with friendly people you know. All right, so let's take a look at some examples to understand these better. All right, so the first example, how's it going? I'm good. How are you? I'm fine. The next example, hey, what's up? Nothing much. How's it going? Fine. And the next example, how are things with you? Things are great. And you? I'm pretty good. The next example, how's it going? I'm okay. How about you? I'm pretty good these days. And the last example, how's life? Life's pretty good. How about you? Me too. Things are great. How are you? Did you understand my example dialogues? I hope so. These are good expressions to use speaking in English to your friend. All right, you should know them and you should practice them. Anyway, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the basic ways to say goodbye. All right. Now on the board are the 3 most common ways to say goodbye. You probably already know them. The first one, goodbye. Usually we write this with a hyphen, okay, goodbye. Now a lot of my students are scared to say goodbye because they think goodbye is goodbye forever, okay? I'll never meet you again. Or I'll meet you in a very, very long time. That's not true, okay? Goodbye is very common, and you can meet your friend at the end of the evening, say goodbye, and that doesn't mean goodbye forever, okay? So don't be scared to say goodbye. The next one, of course, we shorten it, make it short to bye, just bye. Very simple, very easy, very common. Bye. All right, and of course, in Korea, they like to say bye-bye. Okay, a lot of my students always say bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye. They say it too much, all right? You should say bye-bye sometimes, not every time. Okay, so try to say bye and goodbye. All right, so these 3 are the most common. Let's move on to see you. Okay, let's look at the see you expressions. Now, see you is a very useful and excellent way to say goodbye. Now, of course, you can just say very simple, see you. Okay, that means bye. You could also say, see you soon. Okay, see you soon. We're going to meet soon. Maybe later today or tomorrow. Anyway, the time is short. Soon. Okay, see you soon. See you later. See you later. Okay, now this one is special. See you later. And many people are confused because see you later. What is later? Now, later today? Tomorrow? When is later? See you later. All right, well, sometimes people say see you later. That means later today. Sometimes they say see you later. That doesn't mean later today. It means just goodbye, just bye, okay? So this one could be confusing. So when someone says see you later, probably you're not going to meet later, okay? It's probably just bye. All right, the last one here, see you. You could put any time here. See you tonight. See you tomorrow. See you on the weekend. See you on Friday. See you next week. Okay, very useful to tell the person goodbye and when you will see them next. All right, let's move on to a few more examples of how to say goodbye. Okay, let's look at 3 more here. This one, cheers. Okay, a lot of students are confused because cheers has 2 meanings. The first meaning, of course, when you're drinking beer and you want to celebrate with your friends, you hit the glasses, you say cheers. okay? But this meaning is different than that cheers. This meaning is just bye, okay? So cheers, that just means bye. Especially in emails. People write their email at the bottom, cheers, okay? Bye. The next one, take care. Take care is a very sweet and friendly way to say goodbye. You just say, take care, okay? Very nice way to say goodbye. I like it. Take care. And the last one, good night, okay? Good night. You can only use that at night. Don't use it in the day, only at night, and usually late night, okay? So maybe you're at work very late, 10 p.m., everyone is going home. Good night, okay? Again, just means bye. All right? So these are a few more expressions. Of course, there's many, many more expressions. This is just a few. Anyway, let's take a look at a few example dialogues to help you understand how to use these. All right, the first example dialogue, goodbye. Okay, see you next time. Example dialogue 2. Take care, Jack. Okay, you too, Jill. Bye. Example dialogue 3. See you later. Cheers. And example dialogue 4. Have a good night. Okay, good night. I hope you understand the examples. Before we go, I want to talk about these words. Now, these words are not English, okay? These are other languages, but all these words mean the same thing, goodbye. Okay, so in English, sometimes we borrow words from other languages and we use them to say goodbye, all right? Now, I'm going to say these words, but I'm going to say them with English pronunciation, okay? So it's probably not the right pronunciation, but it's how we say it in English. The first word is Italian, and we're gonna pronounce that as ciao, okay? So ciao. So sometimes we say ciao, and that just means bye. The next one, Japanese. So with English pronunciation, we say sayonara, okay? Again, bye. This is Spanish. Adios, adios, adios. Again, bye. And the last one is French. Au revoir. Au revoir just means bye. Okay, so again, sometimes we say these in English to our friends. All right, so that's how we say goodbye in English. I hope you understand. That's it. There's nothing left to say except goodbye. Hello everyone. In this video, we're going to talk about expressions you use when you haven't seen someone for a long time, okay? So imagine you're walking on the street and then you see your friend and you haven't seen your friend for a long time. Maybe you haven't seen your friend for a month or 6 months or a year or 5 years, or you haven't seen them for 10 years, okay? You haven't seen them for a long time. So what should you say? Well, first, you should say hi or hello, but then you should use one of these expressions, okay? So the first one, it's been a long time. It's been a long time. So you could say, hey, Susan, how are you doing? It's been a long time, okay? So you want to express that you haven't seen them for a long time. It's been a long time. The next one, it's been too long. Hey, Jack, how's it going? It's been too long, okay? We haven't seen each other for a long time. So it's been too long. If you see, I have the blue line. We can change this to other time expressions. So you could say it's been too long. You could say it's been 1 year. It's been 1 year. It's been 10 years. It's been ages. Hey Stan, how are you doing? It's been ages since we last saw each other. So ages, a long time, okay? And the last one here, of course, this is the most common one and the easiest one to use. Long time no see. So, hey Jack, how are you? Long time no see, all right? So again, all of these mean I haven't seen you in a long time. Good to use when you meet your friend you haven't seen in a long time. All right, let's move on to a few more expressions. Okay, here are two questions to use when you haven't seen someone for a long time. The first one, how long has it been? Okay, so you haven't met your friend for a long time, so you say, hey Dave, how are you doing? Haven't seen you in a long time. And he says, how long has it been? Okay, so you have to think, how long have we not seen each other? So you could say, it's been 2 months. Okay, so we haven't seen each other for 2 months. So how long has it been since we last met? Okay, it's been, and you have to think, about 1 year. Okay, the next question. What have you been up to? What have you been up to? Now the up to is same as what have you been doing, okay? Since we last met, what have you been doing, okay? So maybe you didn't meet your friend for 1 year, okay? So you want to ask, how long has it been? It's been 1 year. What have you been up to? What have you been doing for 1 year, okay? Well, I've been traveling, I've been working hard, I've been studying English. Okay, so you want to tell what have you been doing for that time, all right? So these are two useful questions to use when you haven't met your friend for a long time. Let's take a look at some example dialogues. Okay, example dialogue 1. Hi Susan, it's been a long time. Hi Dave. Yes, it's been over 2 years. Example 2. Hello, Mr. Smith. How long has it been? About 6 months. I'm happy to see you again. Yes, me too. Example dialogue 3. Jessica, long time no see. Hi, Jeff. What have you been up to? Well, I got married and moved to France. Wow, good for you. I'm so happy to see you again. Example 4. Hey, Paul, it's been ages since we last met. Yes, wow, maybe 10 years. It's been too long. I missed you. Okay, I hope those dialogues helped you. I know these expressions are a little bit difficult, they're a little bit big, they're a little bit complicated, but these are excellent expressions to use when you haven't seen someone for a long time, okay? When you haven't seen your friend for a long time, and also in the business situation, you haven't seen someone for a long time, all right? You should use these. Well, I hope you can learn them and know them. Maybe it takes a little bit more self-study. Anyway, you can do it. I'll see you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about your first meeting with a stranger. Okay, a stranger is someone you don't know. So here's a picture of two people. They are strangers. They don't know each other, okay? So this is their first meeting, and we have 5 things we should do in the first meeting. Do or say. The first thing, what's the first thing we should say at the first meeting? Okay, you meet someone, what's the first thing you say? Well, it should, of course, be hi or hello. Hi or hello. And what's the second thing you should say? Nice to meet you? No, okay? Don't use nice to meet you second. Before nice to meet you, you should always ask about their name, okay? You should ask them their name first. So, hi, My name is Robin. What's your name? All right. So after the name, now you can say nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right, so it's very important to have nice to meet you after the name, okay? Meeting someone means you know them, okay? You know their name. So if you put nice to meet you before the name, it's very strange. And many Koreans do this. They say, hi, nice to meet you. We didn't meet yet, okay? So you have to give the name. Hi, I'm Robin. Nice to meet you, all right? What's the next thing? So this is the greeting, okay? Hi, name, nice to meet you. And the next thing, this is going to be questions. So you're going to start asking questions to get to know them. For example, where do you live? Where are you from? What do you do? Okay, you have to start asking questions to know them better. And then once you talk a little while, the last step, of course, is bye. Goodbye. See you later. All right? So you should follow these steps when you meet someone, a stranger, for the first time. Hello. Ask them their name. Nice to meet you. Ask some questions. And then bye. Okay, that's the process of meeting a stranger for the first time. All right, let's take a look at an example dialogue. Okay, let's look at this dialogue. Two people are talking for the first time. Hi. Hello. My name's Robin. What's your name? My name's Jack. Oh, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. What do you do? I'm a student. And you? I'm a teacher. Well, I have to go. See you again. Yes, bye. Okay, I hope you understand what to say when you meet someone for the first time. All right, you should follow those 5 steps. Say hello, ask about the name, then nice to meet you. Remember, don't say nice to meet you so fast. Like many of my students, it sounds very strange. So after nice to meet you, then you can start asking some questions. And of course, the ending is always bye. All right, that's it for this video. Bye. Hello, in this video, we are going to talk about 4 essential questions you should know when you first meet someone, okay? Now, I call them essential questions because essential means very important, you must know, okay? Now, probably you already know most of them, but let's just review them anyways. Let's take a look at the first one. You think it's very easy, but maybe you're using it wrong. The first question, what is your name? What is your name? Now, probably when you were young, your English teacher taught you, what is your name? And that's fine, but you're not a child anymore. You are an adult, okay? You've grown up. So you shouldn't say, what is your name anymore, okay? This sounds childish. What is your name? Okay. An adult, we are going to use a contraction. What's, okay? What is, we're going to change it to what's. What's your name? All right. This is more common. What's your name? It's faster. What's your name? What's your name? Okay, I wrote my name here. My name is Robin. Again, this is a little bit childish. What's your name? My name is Robin. My name is, again, we don't want to use this style anymore. Let's make a contraction, make it faster. What's your name? My name's Robin. My name's Robin. What's your name? My name's Robin. All right, this is adult style. Also, for what's your name, you could just say, I'm Robin. This is okay too. So, my name's Robin. I'm Robin. Doesn't matter. Both are okay. Let's move on to the next question. Okay, the next question, very common, very easy. Where are you from? Where are you from? Okay, so say it very fast. Where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from? I'm from Korea. Oh, this is terrible. So many of my students say I'm from Korea. Don't say I'm from Korea. Let's put a line from that. That is bad grammar. I'm from Korea. No, the correct is I'm from Korea. I have to hear this M sound. I'm from Korea, all right? Where are you from? Where are you from? I'm from Korea. Well, I'm not from Korea. I'm from Canada, okay? So make sure you can say this question very fast. Where are you from? And make sure you use I'm from Korea. Let's go to the next question. Where do you live? That's our next question. Where do you live? Don't say, where are you live? Okay, that is wrong. The question is, where do you live? Where do you live? Where do you live? Where do you live? Okay, so where do you live? Live is asking, where's your house, your home? Where do you live? So your answer should have your city or area. So where do you live? First answer here, I live Seoul. I live Seoul. This is wrong. Okay, bad grammar. Where do you live? I live Seoul. No. Where do you live? I live in Seoul. You need the preposition in. Always. You always need in Seoul. Where do you live? I live in Seoul. Okay. The last one here is a short way. Where do you live? Okay. You don't have to say I live. You could just start with in, the preposition in. So where do you live? In Seoul. Okay. So again, where do you live? I live in Seoul. In Seoul. Never say this. All right. Let's move on to the last question. What do you do? What do you do? Okay, this is asking about job. What do you do every day for work? Okay, what do you do? Now, English speakers don't say, what do you do? We say it very fast. We say, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Okay, very difficult to hear. What do you? This is what do you? What do you do? What do you do? Okay, so I ask my students, what do you do? And a lot of my students say, I'm student. I'm student. This is wrong. Okay, this is bad grammar. Don't use I'm student. I'm student. What do you do? I'm student. Don't use that. That's terrible grammar. You should use this and take a look. I'm a, okay? Don't forget this, a. I'm a. It sounds like one word. I'm a. I'm a. What do you do? I'm a student. I'm a student. I'm a student. Okay? What do you do? I'm a student. The next one. On. Remember, these words start with vowels. Vowels. A, E, I, O, U. And words that start with vowels, we should use on. Okay? So what do you do? I'm an engineer. I'm an office worker. Okay? All right, so that's the last question. What do you do? So let's review the questions. The first question, what's your name? My name is Robin. Second question, where are you from? I'm from Canada. Third question, where do you live? I live in Anyang. And the last question, what do you do? I'm a teacher. All right, so I hope you understand how to say the questions, also how to answer the questions. These are very important questions. You should know them. That's it. See you next video. Hello again. In this video, we are going to look at some questions to ask someone to know about their family, okay? Now remember, asking about family is a very personal thing, so make sure you are very familiar or friendly with the person before you start asking about family. Now, here are the first two questions, and these are good questions to start with. They're both do you questions. The first one, do you live alone? Okay, only one person in the house. Do you live alone? This is a really good question to ask someone. Do you live alone? Because when they answer, if they answer yes, oh, then you know they're single. But if they answer no, they will probably tell you, no, I live with my parents, or no, I live with my husband or wife. Okay, so you could learn a lot by asking this question about who he lives with or what kind of family he has. The second question, do you live with your parents? Okay, similar style. Do you live with your parents? And the person will tell you yes or no. Now, both of these are do you questions. And all do you questions, the easiest way to answer is yes, I do, no, I don't. Okay, very easy answers. Do you live alone? Yes, I do. No, I don't. Do you live with your parents? Yes, I do. No, I don't. All right, so these are good, quick answers, but these are boring answers, okay? So these answers are very easy, but probably if you say yes, I do or no, I don't, you should also give more information. Do you live alone? No, I don't. I live with my parents. Do you live with your parents? Yes, I do. We live in Chamshil. Okay, so these are good ways to answer quickly, but you should try and give more information. All right, let's move on to the next questions. Okay, so the next question is very common and very important. This is the question you want to ask to know about their brothers and sisters. And here is the question. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Do you have any brothers or sisters? Okay. Again, it's a do you question. So the simple answer is yes, I do. No, I don't. But that's not enough information. Okay. So here is the best answer. Do you have any brothers or sisters? So yes, I have one brother, one sister, two brothers, two sisters. Okay, because it's two, remember we need that S. Two brothers, two sisters. Do you have any brothers or sisters? Yes, I have two sisters. Or you could say I have one brother and two sisters, or I have one brother and three sisters. Okay, but remember the singular and the plural. All right? So this is the best way to answer. Yes, I have one brother. Some people, no. Okay, you are single. You have no brothers or sisters. Do you have any brothers or sisters? No, I'm an only child. No, I'm an only child. I'm an only child. Okay, so this is what you would say in English to say you have no brothers or sisters. Okay, let's move on to the next questions. Are you single? Are you married? These are our next two questions. Very important questions to ask someone, all right? So it's very important to know if they're single or married. So again, are you single? Is that person alone? Only one? Are you married? Do you have a husband or a wife? Okay. Now they are you questions. So all are you questions, we have to answer yes, I am. No, I'm not. Okay. Now some people say yes, I'm. This is wrong. You can't use a contraction here. It has to be I am. Never say yes, I'm. That is wrong. It is only yes, I am. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. Okay, so let's practice fast, speaking fast. Are you single? Yes, I am. Are you married? No, I'm not. Are you single? No, I'm not. Are you married? Yes, I am. Okay, so those are these two questions. Let's move on to the last question. Okay, we're at the last question. Do you have any children? Do you have any children? Now, probably the first question is, are you married? Yes, I am. Then you would ask, do you have any children? Do you have any children? Now, this is similar style to, do you have any brothers or sisters? Okay, do you have any brothers or sisters? Do you have any children? Same style answer. Yes, I have one son. Yes, I have one daughter. Yes, I have two sons. Yes, I have two daughters. So remember, one son, two sons. Don't forget the S. Two sons, two daughters. Of course, you could also say, yes, I have one daughter and one son, or I have three daughters and two sons. Okay, you can say many things. Some people have no children. So, do you have any children? No, I don't have any yet. Okay, I don't have any yet. Do you have any children? No, I don't have any yet. All right, so this is the question you want to ask about children. All right, so we learned a lot of questions to ask people about their family. Remember, these are kind of personal questions, so make sure it's okay. Make sure you're friendly first. All right, so you should practice these questions. These questions are common and very useful. That's it. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about personal questions. Okay, now you have to be very careful asking someone personal questions. Okay, if you ask them too soon, okay, maybe you don't know each other very well yet, and you ask the questions too soon, they might be a little bit upset or angry. So you got to be careful asking these questions. Make sure you're friendly. Now, the first one I'm going to start with, how old are you? Okay, as we know in Korea, it's very important to know about age. So when you meet someone for the first time, you want to know their age, how old they are. But again, this is kind of a personal question, so it shouldn't be one of the first questions, okay? You should talk a little bit with the person, and then when you feel the time is right or it's okay, then ask this question, okay? Don't ask this question too soon. Anyway, let's take a look at the question. How old are you? How old are you? How old are you? And some of my students say, my old is 22. My old is 22. Of course, this is bad grammar. You cannot say my old is 22. That's wrong. I'm 22 years old. Okay, this is a full sentence. How old are you? I'm 22 years old. Probably your teacher taught you this way, but this is kind of childish. How old are you? I'm 22 years old. Okay, as an adult, we're probably going to say it a little bit quicker. We're going to say this. How old are you? I'm 22, okay? So this is the best way, the easiest way, and the most common way, okay? How old are you? I'm 22. Use this. This is okay, but this is better. And certainly never use this, all right? Let's move on to the next question. Do you have a boyfriend? Do you have a girlfriend? Okay, it depends who you're talking to. Do you have a boyfriend? Do you have a girlfriend? Okay, you want to know. This is a do you question. Do you? So the answer is very easy. Yes, I do. No, I don't. Do you have a boyfriend? Yes, I do. Do you have a girlfriend? Yes, I do. Do you have a boyfriend? No, I don't. Do you have a girlfriend? No, I don't. All right. Be sure to use a. Don't say, do you have boyfriend? Okay, this is very important. Do you have a boyfriend? All right? Do you have a girlfriend? Do you have a boyfriend? Do you have a girlfriend? All right, again, a little bit personal question. Don't ask it too soon. Let's move on to the next question. The next question is a fun question to ask someone. What's your blood type? What's your blood? This is pronounced blood. That's your P, blood. What's your blood type? Okay, very easy to answer. What's your blood type? It's A. It's B. It's AB. It's O. What's your blood type? All right. What do you think my blood type is? Well, my blood type is not B, not A, not O. It's AB. Yes, that's my blood type. So I understand AB means genius or psycho. Which one am I? Well, anyway, it's a fun question to ask someone, but make sure you know that person well. Let's move on to the last question. Here's the last question I want to talk about in this video. Well, first look at this question. What's your hobby? Okay, that's an okay question. What's your hobby? But in my opinion, this question is stupid. Okay, so I'm going to say that's a stupid question to ask. Don't ask that question. What's your hobby? Instead, this is a better question, okay? And this is more common. What do you do in your free time? What do you do in your free time? Okay, so that's better than asking what's your hobby. That's kind of old style. This is more common. Better. What do you do? What do you do in your free time? All right. Very easy to answer. I like to, and then you would put a verb. Okay. I like to play computer games. I like to shop. I like to exercise. I like to go meet my friends. I like to chat on the internet. I like to drink soju. Okay, very easy to answer. What do you do in your free time? Hey, what do you do in your free time? I like to study English. All right, so we learned a few personal questions in this video. They're good questions to ask to get to know someone, and some of them are very fun. But again, they're personal questions, so be careful when asking the questions, because the person maybe doesn't want to answer these questions. All right, so that's it. See you next video. Hello students, in this video we are going to talk about do you and are you questions. Now, do you and are you questions are very useful. You should know them, because once you know how to ask questions with do you and are you, you can ask many questions very quickly. Let's look at do you questions first. And I have two styles here. The first style, do you like? Okay, very simple. Do you like? So you would put anything here. Do you like Korea? Do you like kimchi? Do you like soju? Do you like ice cream? Do you like handsome guys? Do you like sexy girls? Okay, you can ask so many questions with do you like. The next style, do you like to? Okay, now they're the same, but we're adding to. Do you like to? Okay, this means we're going to have some sort of verb, some sort of action word. So for example, do you like to ski? Do you like to exercise? Do you like to play computer games? Do you like to drink? Okay, there's many things you could put here. Action, something, they're doing something. Do you like to swim? Do you like to ride a bicycle? All right, so that's do you like to. Very useful for asking questions very quickly. All right, now if someone asks you these questions, the do you questions, with do you questions, very easy answer. Okay, do you like pizza? Look down here. You could say, yes, I do, or no, I don't. Do you like pizza? Yes, I do. No, I don't. All right? Very easy to answer. Okay, so very easy to ask, very easy to answer. You should know how to ask do you questions. Let's move on to the are you questions. Okay, here are the are you questions. The are you questions are very easy to use and very useful also. Okay, let's take a look. So, are you hungry? Are you hungry? Are you tired? Okay, these two are asking about the condition of the person. Are you hungry? Are you tired? Are you having fun? Okay, you want to know how they are feeling, their condition, their body condition. The next two, are you happy? Are you angry? All right, you're asking about their emotion, their feeling. Are you happy? Are you angry? Are you scared? All right, you want to know their emotional feeling. So the are you question is very good to know how the person's condition and how they are feeling. All right, if someone asks you, are you question, this is how you answer. So, are you hungry? Yes, I am. Are you tired? No, I'm not. Okay, don't confuse the do you and are you questions. Okay, sometimes my students confuse them. The do you questions, yes, I do. No, I don't. The are you questions, yes, I am. No, I'm not. Okay, you got to be very careful. Don't confuse them. Okay, so that's the are you questions. So the do you and the are you questions, very useful to know them right away because you can ask a lot of questions in English to a native speaker. So many questions. Okay, so learn them and practice them. That's it for this video. Hello everyone, in this video I'm going to talk about how to introduce your friends. So you have to introduce one friend to another friend, and it's very easy. Let's take a look. Here is me, Robin, and I have two friends. Mike's a good friend, and Sally is also my friend. They are my friends. But Mike and Sally, they don't know each other, okay? They are strangers. So I have to introduce them. So I would probably say, Mike, let me introduce my friend. Mike, this is Sally. Sally, this is Mike. Okay? One more time. Mike, this is Sally. Sally, this is Mike. Okay? I introduce them. So once I introduce them, probably they're going to start talking to each other. They'll probably say, nice to meet you too, and maybe ask some questions, okay? That's it for introducing a friend. Let's take a look at a dialogue so we understand it better. All right, the first dialogue. Hello, June. Let me introduce my friend. Steve, this is June. June, this is Steve. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. The second dialogue. Hey, Jack. Hi, Robin. Who's this? Oh, let me introduce my friend. Jack, this is Jessica. Jessica, this is Jack. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. I hope you understand the dialogue. It's very easy to introduce your friend, and I hope one day I can introduce you to my friends and you can introduce me to your friends, okay? Anyway, that's it for this video. See you next video. Hello everyone, my name is Robin and welcome to the first video in the Numbers series, all right? Now, we're going to talk about English numbers today, and if you already know about English numbers, that's okay, because this video is an excellent review. If you don't know about English numbers, It's time to learn. All right, so let's take a look. The first one here, 0. And if you notice next to 0, it has another name, O. Now, a lot of native speakers say 0, but more native speakers will just say O. Okay, so this is very confusing to Korean students because when I say 0, when I say it as O, many of my students hear O and they don't think of this number, they think of this number, 5, because in Korean, O means 5, okay? So you got to be very careful. In English, O means 0, okay? Let's move on to the next numbers. They're a little bit easier. Listen to my pronunciation of each number. Okay, so the first one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, so one more time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, and don't forget 0 and O. Okay, let's move on to the next set of numbers. Okay, let's continue on with our numbers. I have the next set here, 11 until 20. All right, so 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Now, as you can see, I put the red line here on these ones because these are the teens, okay? 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. All right, so you got to be very careful with the teens because look at this, 20. Teen and T sound very similar, so it can be confusing. So this has to be teen and T. So 19 and 20. Okay, there's one more problem I want to talk about. That is 12 and 20. A lot of my students confuse the numbers 12 and 20. Be very careful. This is 12, 12, and this is 20. Don't confuse those numbers, please. All right, let's go through the pronunciation one more time. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Okay, let's move on to some bigger numbers. Okay, so let's continue with the numbers from 20 to 100. We've already studied 20. Well, what comes after 20? 21. And we can see how I spell it. 20. And we have to put this. This is a hyphen. 1. 21. And after 21, 22. Again with the hyphen. And after 22, 23. 24. 25. 26. 27, 28, 29, 30. And then it continues again, 31, 32, 33, all the way to 40. And then 41, 42. It continues this until 100. Okay, so let's just focus on the tens right now. Now the first two, we already know. We know 10 and 20. Now let's take a look at these. So of course, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Okay, this is 100, but it can also be pronounced 100. Okay, both are okay. I want to talk about 40 again. Now, the spelling of 40, a lot of my students see the 4. So when they spell 40, they spell it F-O-U-R-T-Y. This is wrong. Okay, you have to spell it F-O-R-T-Y. That's 40. All right, so that's the numbers from 20 to 100. Let's do some extra pronunciation practice right now. All right, I know you need extra practice with these numbers. Okay, these numbers are difficult and confusing because they sound very similar. And a lot of my students have problems pronouncing these numbers correctly, and it makes me confused sometimes. All right, and I have one story. A few years ago, I made an appointment, or actually a date, with a girl. And we were supposed to meet at 5:50. That's what she told me. Let's meet at 5:50. So I went to the meeting place at 5:50, but she wasn't there. Okay, so I waited and waited. She never came. And then the next time I saw her, I said to her, why didn't you show up? I was waiting at 5:50. And she said, yeah, I was waiting there too, but you never came. And I was very confused. Well, it turns out that she said 5:15, but it sounded to me like 5:50. Okay, so we were both confused of the time. Well, she was there at 5:15. I was there at 5:50, and we never met. Okay, so it's very important to get the numbers right and don't confuse them. So let's review. Of course, these are the teens. So this is 13, and this is 30, 13, 30, 14, 40, 15, 50, 16, 60, 17, 70, 18, 80, 19, 90. Okay? Make sure you get those right and pronounce them correctly so you don't have confusion like me. All right. Before we go, we're going to do a listening test with numbers. So you should get a pen and some paper and listen carefully. I'm going to say the number. You should write down the number. Good luck. All right. So for this test, you should have some paper or something just to write down what you hear. So I'm going to say a number, and you should think of that number or write that number down. All right, let's start. Number 1, the first number is 7. 7. Okay, that's easy. You should have this. Number 2, 13. 13. Okay, so it's 13. Number 3, 75. 75. Okay, so that's a big number, 75. Number 4, 20. 20. Okay, you should write this, 20. And number 5, 19. 19. Okay, looks like this. And number 6, 66. 66. Okay, so this is 66. Number 7, 33. 33. Okay, you should write 33. Number 8, 90. 90. Okay, so this is 90. Number 9, 12. 12. Okay, so you should write 12. And the last one, listen carefully, 21. 21. All right, so you should write 21. I hope you did well on the listening test, okay? So these are the basic numbers from 1 to 100. You have to know how to say these numbers. You should know how to write these numbers. And I hope this video helps you, but of course this video is not enough. You have to do self-study and practice these numbers a lot to make sure you know them well. All right, well anyway, that's it for this video. See you next time. Okay, hello everyone. We already practiced the numbers 1 to 100. All right, those are the basic numbers. We're getting into some more difficult numbers, bigger numbers. Don't be scared. I will try to explain it as simple as possible. Please listen carefully and good luck. Here we go. So I wrote the numbers here, and let's start with the first three. We already know the first three: 1, 10, 100. Okay, so that's the easy part. Now it's going to get a little more confusing. So I will try to make it simple. Let's look at the next number here. This is 1,000. Okay, so we have three zeros. That is 1,000. And every 3 zeros, we usually use a comma. So 1 comma, 3 numbers, 3 zeros, 1,000. So 3 zeros is 1,000. Let's move on to the next number. We have the 3 zeros again. 1,000. We know that's 1,000. What's this number? 10. 10,000. 1,000, 10,000. Let's move to the next. Okay, we know this is 1,000. 100,000. Okay, so 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Let's move on to a really big number. Now the 3 zeros here I underlined with blue because that's 1,000. But if you look here, these are red because they're not 1,000 anymore. We have 3 zeros and 3 zeros. This is now a million. So if you see 6 zeros, that's a million. So we have 1 million. Okay, let's move down. 10 million. All right. So don't be confused. Let's go through this again. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, and 10 million. Okay, I know it's difficult. It takes a lot of practice. So let's go do some practice right now. Okay, so I have 7 numbers here for us to practice how to say them. So let's take a look. The first one, very easy. We have the 2 zeros here. This is simply 500. Okay, let's move to number 2. Now number 2, we can see we have the 3 zeros here. And I told you that means 1,000. So this is 7,000. Okay. Number 3. Again, we have 3 zeros here. 15,000. 7,000, 15,000. Let's look at the next one. 3 zeros. We know this is 1,000. This is 25,000. All right, let's go to a bigger number. Lots of zeros here. Okay, so we know this is 1,000. And we have more zeros here, but it's not 3 zeros. So this is just 1,000 and this is 200. Okay, 200,000. Let's go to a bigger number. Now we have 3 zeros, 3 zeros. So this is no longer 1,000. This is now million. 7 million. Okay, let's go to a bigger number. 3 zeros, 3 zeros. 18 million. Okay, so one more time. 500, 7,000, 15,000, 25,000, 200,000, 7 million, 18 million. Do you understand? I hope so. Let's try a test right now. All right, so for the test, you should have maybe a pen and a paper that will help you. There's 10 questions. Okay, so I'm going to say a number. You have to think of that number and write down that number. So number 1, 15,000. 15,000. Okay, so you should have written 15,000. All right, number 2, 800. 800. Okay, so you should write 800. Number 3, 75,000. 75,000. Okay, so it looks like this, 75,000. Number 4, 6 million. 6 million. Okay, so you should write it like this with 6 zeros. And number 5, 600,000. 600,000. Okay, so 600,000 looks like this. Number 6, 3,000. 3,000. Okay, so this is 3,000. Number 7, 19,000. 19,000. Okay, so this is 19,000. Number 8, 66,000. 66,000. Okay, it looks like this. Number 9, 500,000. 500,000. Okay, it looks like this. And the last one, number 10, 25 million. 25 million. All right, that's a big number. It looks like this. Whew, I know that was a difficult test. I hope you did well. I know big numbers are very difficult to say and understand. It takes a lot of practice. Now, I hope this video helps you, but again, you need a lot of self-study to truly master these numbers. All right, see you next video. This video is very, very difficult. This is advanced numbers, okay? It's very difficult to understand. It's very difficult to express these numbers. We're going to talk about very big numbers and how to say them, all right? Try not to be scared. I will try to teach you as simple as possible. But again, this video is meant to help you. You have to do a lot of self-study to truly master these numbers. Okay, let's start with the hundreds here. Now, we already know this number. You should be able to say this number by now, 100. But let's look at the next. Okay, now this is 101. Now, listen to what I said, 101. Do you hear the and? Okay, now that's actually British style. When British people say numbers, they use an and. So 101. But American style is different. They don't say and. Okay, so 101. American style is 101. No and. Okay, so British style again, 101. American style, 101. Now, which style should you use? Doesn't matter. Both are okay. Everyone will understand you if you use British style or American style. British style doesn't sound strange. American style doesn't sound strange. I come from Canada, so sometimes I use British style, sometimes I use American style. So keep that in mind. Probably when you're listening to me, Sometimes I use the and, sometimes I don't. Okay, so 101 or 101. Let's look at the next number, okay? 150 or 150, okay? So we know this is 50, 150. Let's look at the next number. That's 1. That's 51. 151 or 151. All right, let's look at the next number. We know this is 2. We know this is 92. This is 792 or 792. All right, and the last number here, well, we know that's 9. That's 99. That's 999 or 999. All right, so these are the hundreds. Let's move to bigger numbers, the thousands. Are you ready for some bigger numbers? I'm sorry, but it's going to start to get really difficult, okay? So let's take a look here. Listen carefully. Our next number, we know this is 1,000. So this is 1001, okay? 1001. If you want to use British style, 1001, okay? Again, doesn't matter. So 1001, let's move up. So we know this is 100, and we know this is 1,100. 1,100. Okay, now let's move to the third number here. A little more confusing. We got lots of numbers. Okay, don't be so scared. We know that's 4. We know that's 24. We know that's 324. And then we got the 1,000. So 7,324. 7,324. Let's move on to the next number. 555. 555. 10,555. Okay, let's move on. 424. 324. 17,324. Let's move on. Bigger number here. 666. 666. 152,666. Okay, let's review these numbers again. 1,001, 1,100, 7,324, 10,555, 17,324, 152,666. Okay, you ready for some more? Let's go to some even bigger numbers. You're still watching this video? That's too bad, because I have something very scary to show you. All right, so here are some very, very big numbers, and let's try to say them. The first one, all right, we have 3 and 3. So we know this is million. So this is going to be 6,000,008. Okay, very simple. That's an 8. 6,000,008. Let's move on to the next one. All right, so if we take, we also know this is million, but if we just start here, how much is that? Well, that's 500,000. So how much is that? Well, that's 5,500,000. All right, let's get to a very big and confusing number, even confusing to me, but let's try it together. Again, we have 3 and 3. We know this is million. We know this is 13 million, but we have to say all these numbers. Okay, so let's start slow. That's 2, 32, 432. Well, that's a 0, but that's well, we're going into, it's getting very confusing now. This would be 20,432, 620,432, 13,620,432, 13,620,432. Big number. Let's move on. I'm scared myself. All right, again, we have 3 and 3. I know this is million. I know this is a 24 million. What are all these numbers? 2, 32, 432, 8,432, 48,432, 548,432, and our final number, 24,548,432. Final number, 24,548,432. The last one here, a really, really big number. Okay, so again, 7, 47, 947, 2,947, 32,947, 432,947, and what's this? Well, again, this is 3, 3, this is a million. So this is 125,432,947. So this is 125,432,947. Okay, do you understand all these numbers? If you do, that's great. But before we do a test, we're going to do a little extra practice. Okay, so let's just review a little bit. I have 5 numbers here just for a quick review before the test. Okay, so the first one, how much is this? Well, we have 444, 444. And again, we can use the and, 444. That's possible. The next number. Okay, we know 3 zeros or 3 numbers here. This is 1,000, so 8,942. The next number. Okay, lots of numbers. We know it's 1,000, 55,543. Bigger number. Lots of 7s, but don't be scared of all these 7s. So again, it's just 1,000. So 277,777. 277,777. All right, and let's go to the millions. 3, 3. I know this is a million because it has 2 commas. So 3,320,321. All right. So if you can understand how to say these 5, you're ready for the test. So we're going to start the test. You should prepare some paper and a pen. I'm going to say the numbers, and you should write down the numbers. All right. So let's start the test. Good luck. Number 1, 666. 666. All right, so you should write this, 666. Number 2, 3,212. 3,212. Okay, so you should write this. The next number, number 3, 6,432. 6,432. All right, so you should write this. Number 4, getting bigger. 12,814. 12,814. All right, so it looks like this. Number 5, 22,432. 22,432. Okay, looks like this. Number 6, 79,521. 79,521. All right, looks like this. Number 7, 432,987. 432,987. Okay, looks like this. Number 8, 2,343,982. 2,343,982. Oh, very big number. Okay, it looks like this. Number 9, 54,543,987. 54,543,987. Okay, so that looks like this. Number 10, the last one. Okay, the last one is very difficult. Sorry. Okay, listen carefully. 11,111,111. 11,111,111. Okay, so that looks like this. Oh, this was a very difficult video. Oh. Well, that's English numbers. Those are the advanced numbers. I hope you did well on the test. I know it was a very difficult test, and it takes a long, long time to master the numbers you saw today. All right, it takes a lot of self-study, a lot of practice, but never give up. You can do it. I believe in you. Well, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone, this is an advanced numbers video. I'm going to teach how to express some advanced numbers. Let's take a look. All right, we know this is expressed 900. And let's go to the next one. Now, I taught you before, this is expressed 1,000. Okay, now 1,000 is the best way to express it, but it is possible to express it 1,000. Okay. Next one, 1,100. That's the best way, but some people will say 1,100, 1,200, 1,300, 1,400, 2,000, 2,100, 9,900. Okay, this is only 10,100. Okay, this can be 9,900, but when you're getting into bigger numbers, you have to stop saying 100 and change to thousands. Okay, so you can say 100 between these numbers. All right, so from 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, all the way up to 1,000, 2,000, up until 9,999. So you can see this number is already past that number. So the hundreds stop. All right, this is a little bit confusing, I know. Let's do a little bit of practice. Okay, so I wrote a few more examples to help you understand how to express these numbers using 100. All right, so again, this is our range. We can only say 100 with these numbers. So the first one, the best way is 1,700, but you can express it 1,700. Next one, 1,701 or 1,701. 7,500, 7,521, 9,212, and the last one. Okay, the last one is outside. Okay, it's continuing. It's too big. We have to use 1,000. So this has to be 11,100. Okay, you can't say 11100. Okay, it has to be 11,100. All right, I hope this helps you understand a little better how to express in hundreds. But as your teacher, I prefer if you say 1,700 to use it that way. But I have to teach you the other way because somebody might say to you 1,700, so you should be able to understand. All right, so that's it. See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to talk about ordinal numbers. Now, ordinal numbers are different than cardinal numbers. Of course, cardinal numbers are numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ordinal numbers are different. Ordinal numbers are used for expressing things like rank, first, second, third place in a contest, or they're used to express anniversaries. For example, this is my 3rd wedding anniversary. And it's also used commonly in the calendar for dates. For example, June 1st, June 2nd, okay? So this is where we use ordinal numbers. So in this video, I'm going to teach you how to write ordinal numbers and also pronounce them correctly, okay? So we're going to look at the first 10. I have the first 10 here. So let's go through them very quickly. This is first. And if you notice, the last 2 letters I underline in blue, okay? The last 2 letters are very important. So if you see first, the last 2 letters are ST. So when we want to write an ordinal number, we have number 1. We must use the last 2 letters. The last 2 letters are ST. So this is our ordinal number. We should write ST. Okay, so this first, and now we write it like this, first. And the ST is usually up, okay? Let's move on to second. Second, we see that is ND. So the last 2 letters of second, ND, 2, we have to put ND, all right? So now this is second. First, second, third. The last 2 letters, RD. So we have to go over here, RD. Third. Fourth, TH, TH. Fifth, 5, and again, TH. Sixth, TH. 7th, TH. 8th, TH. 9th, TH. 10th, TH. Okay, so you can see most of them use the TH. Just the first, second, third, ST, ND, RD. You have to be very careful. All right, look at these numbers over here. I wrote some numbers circled in red. 3 and th. 3 and th. Threeth. Okay, this is a common mistake. This is obviously wrong because 3 only has rd. You have to use these two letters. This is impossible, okay? So threeth, impossible. Next one, second, again, that is impossible because sixth must have th. So this is impossible. And the last one, ninth, well, ninth must have th. So these are impossible. So you have to be very careful writing these numbers. They must use the last two letters. Okay, let's worry about pronunciation right now. Pronunciation can be a little bit difficult also. So let's go through the list, and you should watch me and listen carefully. So, first, second, third, fourth. Okay, when I say fourth, look at my tongue. My tongue comes out. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. Okay, so the th, your tongue should be coming out. Let's do the th again. Fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth, ninth, 10th. Okay, so these are the first 10. You should know these. Let's move on to some bigger numbers. All right, let's continue with our ordinal numbers. The next after 10th is 11th. We see the th, and the th goes there, 11th. And the next one, 12th, th. And the next one, I did not write the next ones here, but I will say them, so listen carefully. So 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th. All right, let's look at 20th. Okay, so it's 20. 20 has a y, but you can see they take out the y, they put in an I-E-T-H. This is 20th, and we would write it with the th, 20 with the th, 20th. All right, so with the pronunciation, 20th, 20th. After 20th, 21st. Okay, 21st. And we would write 21 with the st. This is 21st. And again, I did not write the next ones here, but listen carefully. So 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th. And again, like 20th, 30th, no y, just I-E-T-H. 30th, 30th, 30th. All right? And I also want to talk about the pronunciation of 12th. 12th is very difficult to pronounce. If you look at it here, you see that F. And many students try to pronounce it with the F. 12. Okay, that's very difficult. But what is actually more common, even with native speakers, is we don't pronounce the F. We just skip it. So, for example, if we cut that F, imagine it is not there. 12. Okay, that's a little bit easier. You can just say 12th. 12th. Okay? So again, 12th, 20th. Okay? Be sure to pronounce those correctly. Let's move on to some bigger numbers. Okay, so I am sorry because I cannot write every ordinal number, okay? I cannot explain every number. So you're going to have to practice guessing what is the ordinal number. And I put some numbers here, and we're going to guess whether they use ST, ND, RD, or TH, okay? We only have 4 choices. The first number is 56. So if we want to change that to an ordinal number, we have to choose one of these, okay? So 56. Well, we know 6 is TH, sixth, and it's going to be the same, 56th. So we're going to write a TH there. Let's move on to the next number. 91. Well, what's the ordinal number? 91th? No. This is going to be like 21st and 31st. This is going to be 91st. All right, the next one is 100. So we have to choose one of these. 100th, 100, 100, 100th. Okay, it's going to be the TH. 100th, 100th. All right, and the next number, 101, 101. Well, this is like 91st. This is first again, first. So it's going to be 101st, 101st. All right, and the last one, 1000. We have to choose, well, 100th, 1000th. Okay, it's going to be the same. All right. So again, I'm sorry I can't teach every number. You're going to have to learn how to guess correctly. We're going to do a quick test right now. So what I want you to do in the test is just write down or think about what the correct ordinal number is. Again, just write in the ordinal number. Number 1, it is September 20th. It is September 20th. All right, so you should have written 20th. Number 2, Seoul National University is ranked first. Seoul National University is ranked first. All right, so you should have written first. Number 3, we live in the 21st century. We live in the 21st century. Okay, so you should write 21st. Number 4, I was born on March 17th. I was born on March 17th. Okay, you should write 17th. And number 5, we are celebrating our 12th wedding anniversary. We are celebrating our 12th wedding anniversary. Okay, so you should have written 12th. Okay, I hope you did well on that little test. Okay. Now, ordinal numbers are important. Again, they're used for ranking, and they're used for the calendar, and also anniversaries. Also, sometimes you see book volumes use ordinal numbers. Okay, so you should know ordinal numbers. Now, it takes a lot of practice and self-study to truly master ordinal numbers. I hope this video helped you understand them a little bit better. And, well, that's it. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about fractions. Okay. Now, fractions are a little bit difficult to express in English, so I hope this video will help you understand how to express them in English. Okay. So I wrote a few fractions here. Of course, this is not all the possible fractions. This is just a few to help you understand how to express fractions. Okay, so these are fractions. And it doesn't matter, the line is this way or this way. All right, so I'm going to go through the first one here. And this is probably the most common fraction. Okay, so we express this as 1/2 or a half. Okay, so as I said, it's very common, half. The next one is 1/3. 1/3. All right, do you remember the ordinal numbers we studied in the previous video? The ordinal numbers are first, second, third. Well, you have to use those here. So this is 1/3, no, 1/3. So a half, 1/3, and the next one is also very common. It's a very common fraction. 1/4, no, it has a special name. If you see this, this is 1/4 or a quarter. Okay, so a half, 1/3, a quarter. The next line. Now, we have 1/3 and you see 2/3. Well, 1 is single, it's only 1, but 2 is plural. So we don't say 2/3, we have to say 2/3. Okay, we have to add an S at the end. So 1/3, 2/3. All right, and let's go on to the next one. So 2/5. 2/5. All right. The next line, I'm starting with 3, and oh, we have the 4. So this is 1/4. This is 3/4. Okay, this has an S. This has no S because it's singular. 1/4, 3/4. Okay, what's this? 3/7. Okay, they're very difficult to pronounce. I know, it takes a lot of practice. 3/7. All right, the last line, what's this? 5/6. Okay, this is very difficult to pronounce. 5/6. And the last one. Okay, sometimes fractions are expressed with a whole number. So we would say 2 and 9/10. Okay, 2 and 9/10. So you would have to put an and in there. All right. So I hope this helps you understand how to express fractions. Let's do a little bit more practice with our listening. All right, so here's a couple of example sentences. The first one, 4/5 of Canadians speak English. 4/5 of Canadians speak English. All right, let's look at number 2. 1/3 of Korean men smoke. 1/3 of Korean men smoke. All right, number 3. I went to 1/4 of my English classes. I went to 1/4 of my English classes. And the last example. My shoe size is 10.5. My shoe size is 10.5. All right, so that's fractions. I know it's a little confusing and difficult, but I'm sure with some self-study and practice, you will know it very well. Okay? See you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about speed. Okay? Now, there's 2 ways to express speed. There's the metric system. Now, the metric system, that's what we use in Korea and what I use in Canada. But there's also the imperial system. The imperial system you might see in the USA or even England. Okay? But first, let's look at the metric system. All right, so I'm just going to focus on kmh. And kmh, of course, is kilometers per hour. Kilometers per hour. Notice I emphasize the S, okay? You always have to express the S. Kilometers. Kilometers. Kilometers per hour. All right? So I just have two examples here because it's quite easy. What is this speed? Well, 6 kilometers per hour. Okay, there is no S here, but you always have to say the S. 6 kilometers per hour. And the next speed, 125 kilometers per hour. Okay, let's say it a little faster. 6 kilometers per hour. 125 kilometers per hour. Okay, can you hear the S? 6 kilometers per hour. Okay, it's very difficult, but it's there. 6 kilometers per hour. 6 kilometers per hour. 125 kilometers per hour. All right, so I've been using the pronunciation of kilometers, but some people might say kilometers. Okay, so both pronunciations are acceptable, kilometers and kilometers, but more common is kilometers. Okay, so let's look at a few example sentences. All right, I have 3 examples here. The first one, the speed limit is 100 kilometers per hour. The speed limit is 100 kilometers per hour. The second example, the KTX travels 300 kilometers per hour. The KTX travels 300 kilometers per hour. And the last example, the average walking speed is 5 kilometers per hour. The average walking speed is 5 kilometers per hour. Okay, let's talk about the imperial system. Again, the imperial system is commonly used in America, and you might see it in England too. They're going to use mph. Now, mph, of course, miles per hour. Again, we have to say miles per hour. Miles per hour. And 1 mile per hour is equal to about 1.6 kilometers per hour. Okay? So again, this is the imperial system, this is the metric system. Little bit different. Okay? So let's practice expressing these two. The first one, 10 miles per hour. I'll say it a little faster. 10 miles per hour. 10 miles per hour. Okay, again, there's the S, 10 miles per hour. And the next one, 201 miles per hour. 201 miles per hour. Be sure to have that S. Okay, that's one of the most common mistakes my students make. They say mile per hour. 10 mile per hour. Okay, you have to have that S. 10 miles per hour, 201 miles per hour. All right? Let's look at a few examples using miles per hour. The first one, the car was going 100 miles per hour. The car was going 100 miles per hour. Okay, the second example, the airplane travels 600 miles per hour. The airplane travels 600 miles per hour. And the last example, the speed of sound is 761 miles per hour. The speed of sound is 761 miles per hour. All right, so we learned the metric system using kilometers per hour, and we learned the imperial system using miles per hour. So again, depends where you are in the world. Some countries, actually most countries, use the metric system these days, but probably, certainly if you're in the USA, they're still using the imperial system. All right, so that's it. I hope you learned how to express speed and see you next time. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about height, okay, and how to express it in English. Now there are two systems to express height. The first system is the metric system. Metric system used in Korea, also Canada, where I'm from. And the other system is the imperial system. The imperial system used especially in America. But sometimes we also use it in Canada. So it's good. You should know the metric system, of course, but you should know a little bit of the imperial system in case you need to use it. All right. Now, first, we're going to talk about the metric system. So take a look. And I have two questions here. So let's just look at the first one. First one is asking, how tall are you? How tall are you? Okay. So I put my height. So I'm 183 centimeters tall. So listen again. I'm 183 centimeters tall. I'm 183 centimeters tall. Centimeters tall. Okay, there's no S here, but when you're reading this, you're saying your height, you have to use the plural centimeters. Centimeters. Okay? I'm 183 centimeters tall. Don't say I'm 183 centimeter tall. 183 centimeters tall. Okay? Got it? You understand? All right, let's look at the next question. Okay, both questions are asking the same thing about height. What's your height? What's your height? Well, my height is, again, 183 centimeters. Centimeters. Remember the S? 183 centimeters. So that's one way to express it. But I also have an example using meters. So my height is 1.83 meters. So if you're using centimeters or meters, both of them need the S. Okay? So one more time, I'll say it really fast. How tall are you? How tall are you? I'm 183 centimeters tall. I'm 183 centimeters tall. What's your height? What's your height? My height is 183 centimeters. My height is 1.83 meters. Okay, so let's look at a few more examples. All right, let's start with the first example. He is 175 centimeters tall. He is 175 centimeters tall. The next example. The 63-floor building is 249 meters high. Okay, we use tall for people, but for buildings, we would probably use high. So the 63-floor building is 249 meters high. The last example. The height of Mount Everest is 8,848 meters. The height of Mount Everest is 8,848 meters. All right, let's look at the imperial system now. The imperial system is a little more confusing, so you should listen carefully. I have the same question. How tall are you? But the answer is expressed very differently. So how tall are you? This is 6 feet tall. I'm 6 feet tall. All right, so in the metric system, I'm 183 centimeters tall. Well, in the imperial system, I would express that I'm 6 feet tall. So let's take a look at the imperial system. They use inches and feet, okay? So 1 inch is equal to 2.54 centimeters. And 1 foot is equal to 30.48 centimeters. All right, so look at this. 1 foot. They say 1 foot. 2 foot? No. 1 foot, 2 feet. 3 feet. I am 6 feet. Okay, so the singular is foot for 1, but the plural is feet. All right, so they're going to show their height like this. And how do we read this? Well, this is 5 feet. The first number is feet. 5 feet. They're going to put this 7 inches. Okay, so this person is 5 feet 7 inches. Now, if you look at mine, I'm 6 feet 0 inches. Okay, but this is the inch place. So 5 feet 7 inches, and they write it like this. Okay, let's look at a few more examples of the imperial system. All right, so here's the first example. The Empire State Building rises to 1,250 feet. The Empire State Building rises to 1,250 feet. The next example, my mom is 5 feet 2 inches tall. My mom is 5 feet 2 inches tall. The last example, the basketball player is 7 feet 2 inches tall. The basketball player is 7 feet 2 inches tall. All right, so now we know how to express height in the metric system and the imperial system, okay? Again, probably in Korea, we're just going to use the metric system. But if you're talking to an American, they might only understand the imperial system, okay? So you should know how to express your height in both ways. So again, I'm 183 centimeters tall, or my height is 183 centimeters, but I could also express that I'm 6 feet tall. All right, that's height, and see you next time. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about a very sensitive topic, weight, or how much you weigh, all right? Again, there's two systems. There's the metric system using kilograms, and there's the imperial system that they will use in the USA using pounds. But first, let's look at the metric system using kilograms. Okay, so there's two questions again. The most common questions to ask someone about their weight. So let's look at the first question. The first question, how much do you weigh? How much do you weigh? Now notice I don't put weight, okay? Weigh is a verb and weight is a noun. This question we have to use weigh. How much do you weigh? And your answer, I weigh 75 kilograms. Okay, that's my weight. I weigh 75 kilograms. Now listen, I say 75 kilograms. Kilograms. Don't forget the S at the end. Kilograms. I weigh 75 kilograms. Let's look at this answer. I weigh 75 kilograms. Okay, you see this X? That means it's wrong, okay? Never say I weight. This is wrong. It's I weigh. I weigh. I weigh 75 kilograms. Okay, so this is wrong. Do not say this. Let's move on to the next question. What's your weight? Okay, now it's using the noun form. What's your weight? My weight is 75 kilograms, okay? Again, my weigh is 75 kilograms. X again, don't use that. What's your weight? My weight is 75 kilograms. Don't use this. Okay, it's a little bit confusing, especially the weigh and the weight. Takes a lot of practice. Okay, I'm going to say these again really fast, so listen carefully. How much do you weigh? I weigh 75 kilograms. How much do you weigh? I weigh 75 kilograms. What's your weight? My weight is 75 kilograms. What's your weight? My weight is 75 kilograms. Okay, let's look at a few example sentences. All right, the first example sentence, I gained 15 kilograms over the summer. I gained 15 kilograms over the summer. The next one, I'm fat. I weigh 100 kilograms. I'm fat. I weigh 100 kilograms. And the last one, I need to lose 40 kilograms. I need to lose 40 kilograms. Okay, let's talk about the imperial system now. So remember, the metric system uses kilograms and grams. The imperial system, it's going to use ounces and pounds. Okay, so let's take a look. Here's my question again. How much do you weigh? And before I said I weigh 75 kilograms. Well, in the imperial system, I weigh 165 pounds. This means pounds. Okay, so let's take a look at the two systems. So again, we use in the metric grams, they're going to use ounce. So 1 ounce is about 28 grams, okay? And 1 pound is about 0.45 kilograms, okay? So these are not exact numbers, it's just around, okay? Now, how to write 1 pound? This is 1 pound, okay? This is not a 1, this is actually an L, LB, LB, 1 LB. That means 1 pound. Now, pound starts with P. So why do they write LB? Well, LB is actually from Old Latin. It comes from a Latin term, libra pondo, libra pondo. But we don't worry about the Latin term. That's very old. But still, these days we use LB. That just means pound. So 1 pound. 2, okay, this is single, 1. Now we got 2 pounds. We usually write the S, LBS. 1 pound, 2 pounds. For the ounces, 1 OZ, okay, 1 OZ, 1 ounce. 1 ounce, 2 ounce, OZ. It's always OZ. Sometimes you're going to see 1 FLOZ. Now the FL means fluid. Fluid is like a liquid, like water. Fluid, ounce. And you're always going to see this on stuff like perfume or cologne. If you check your perfume or cologne at home, I'm sure you're going to see this. You're not going to see the 1. It's going to be a bigger number, but you're going to see the FLOZ. All right, so that's the imperial system. It's an older system. It's a little more complicated and confusing. All right, but my weight in the imperial system is 165 pounds. Let's take a look at a few more examples of how to express weight in the imperial system. All right, the first example, a baby weighs 9 pounds at birth. A baby weighs 9 pounds at birth. The next example. The fattest cat in the world weighs 40 pounds. The fattest cat in the world weighs 40 pounds. The last example. His weight is 100 pounds. His weight is 100 pounds. How much do you weigh? Okay, that's a very serious and private question. Okay, so if you don't want to answer that question, maybe you should say no comment. But anyway, we learned how to express weight in the metric system. I weigh 75 kilograms. And the imperial system. I weigh 165 pounds. Of course, the metric system is easier than the imperial system to know and study, but you should be familiar with both systems. All right, so that's it, and I'll see you next video. Oh, it's sure hot in this studio. It sounds like a good time to talk about temperature. So that's what we're going to do in this video. We're going to talk about how to express temperature in English. Now you should know there's two systems. There's the American system. They use Fahrenheit. And of course there's the system we use in Korea and I use in Canada, Celsius. Okay, we're going to talk about the Fahrenheit system later, but first let's focus on Celsius. So look at the board, and I'm going to start with this question. What's the temperature? What's the temperature outside? You should begin your answer with it's. Okay, what's the temperature? It's. And I have many ways to express the temperature. Let's start up here. So what's the temperature? It's. This symbol means plus. Okay, plus. This means it is above 0 degrees. Okay, it's warm. It's plus 20 degrees. Okay, this symbol always means degrees. Celsius. 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 Okay, it's very difficult to say. Celsius. Celsius is spelled with a capital C, a big C. Be careful here. Many people write a C. This is an S. Okay. So what's the temperature? It's plus 20 degrees Celsius. Okay. That's a good way to express the temperature. Now, the plus, some people say plus, but you don't have to say plus. Okay. You can just say, what's the temperature? It's 20 degrees Celsius. It means the same thing. Let's move down here. The next one. What's the temperature? It's 20 degrees centigrade. Centigrade, what is that? Well, Celsius and centigrade, these are the same temperatures, okay? Just centigrade is the old English style, okay? So actually, I don't want you to say centigrade. I want you to only use Celsius. But I'm teaching you because you might hear centigrade. Some older people might say centigrade. Okay, so you hear centigrade, but you speak only Celsius. All right, let's move to the next one. What's the temperature? It's 20 degrees C. It's 20 degrees C. Okay, some people are going to shorten Celsius to just C. It's 20 degrees C. And actually, more common, we can shorten that more and cut that. And this is the most common way to express the temperature. What's the temperature? It's 20 degrees. Okay, so when people say it's 20 degrees, I know it's Celsius and I know it's plus. Okay, this one, what's the temperature? It's 20 above, 20 above. Okay, so 0 degrees and 20 above, 20 degrees above 0. So what's the temperature? It's 20 above. This, they're all the same temperature, okay? 0 degrees, freezing, we're getting cold. Let's go down here. What's the temperature? It's 20 below. Okay, so this is above 0, and this is below 0 degrees. So 0 going down cold, it's 20 below. Very cold. Let's move to the last one. What's the temperature? This symbol is minus. This is plus. This is minus. Minus is very scary because it's freezing. It's cold. It's minus 20 degrees Celsius. If you told me that it's minus 20 degrees Celsius outside, I do not want to go outside. That's very cold. So what's the temperature? It's 20 degrees. What's the temperature? It's minus 20 degrees. Okay, those are the best ways to express it. All right, so I hope you understand how to express Celsius. Let's look at a few more examples. All right, the first example. The temperature outside is 15 degrees Celsius. The temperature outside is 15 degrees Celsius. The next example. Water freezes at 0 degrees C. Water freezes at 0 degrees C. And the last example. It's cold outside. It's about 3 degrees below 0. It's cold outside. It's about 3 degrees below 0. All right, now we're going to talk about what they use in America, in the USA. They don't use Celsius, they use Fahrenheit, okay? So same question, what's the temperature? What's the temperature outside? It's 68 degrees, that's the same, F. Instead of C, they're going to use an F. And that's 68 degrees. This is the spelling. Oh, it's very difficult to spell, even for me. Fahrenheit, okay? We pronounce that Fahrenheit. So 20 degrees Celsius is the same as 68 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? And you should also know the freezing temperature, 0 degrees Celsius is the same as 32 degrees Fahrenheit. All right, so if you go to the USA and you're watching TV, all the weather, everything, they're always using Fahrenheit, and it can be very confusing. So I would say try to remember this so you can kind of guess how hot it is. All right, let's look at a few examples of Fahrenheit. The first example, a human's body temperature is usually 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. A human's body temperature is usually 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit. The second example. Room temperature is about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. Room temperature is about 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And the last example. Water freezes at 32 degrees. Water freezes at 32 degrees. All right, so there you go. There's the Celsius system and the Fahrenheit system. They're very, very different, and they can be very confusing. All right, so if you're going to the USA, you should try to learn the Fahrenheit system. Anyway, I hope you understood what I was trying to teach you today. That's it. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to talk about Roman numerals. So Roman numerals are letters that mean numbers. Roman numerals are not so common, but you can see them every day, okay? So especially on a clock or a watch, they often use Roman numerals. On book volumes and chapters of books, they use Roman numerals a lot of the time. The Olympics usually express the year in Roman numerals. Okay, so you will see Roman numerals, so you should know at least the first 10. Okay, now let's take a look here. I wrote the first 10, and you can see the first one, I. Now, I is written like this, and this means 1. And the second one is I, 2. The third one, I, 3. So 1, 2, and 3, those are the easiest ones, okay? After that, it gets a little more difficult. So 1, 2, 3, and the next one is 4. And it looks like this, IV. Now, what is V? Well, quickly, let's go to 5, and you can see V is 5. All right, V is 5. So let's go back. V, we know this is 5, and I. So I is 1. So I is 1 before 5, and that's 4. Okay, so one number before 5 is 4, and then 5. Let's go to the next side, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now, if you notice, I wrote them a little bit different. And let's go down here first. Now, you can write the Roman numeral 2 styles. One style is with a line at the top and the bottom. And another style, there's no line, okay? This and this mean the same thing. So this is 1, and this is 1. You can see that again with 5. So you can write it with the lines at the top and the V, or no lines, just V. Again, they mean the same thing. So this side, I wrote the lines. This side, I didn't write the lines. It doesn't matter. All right, so let's continue. This was 4, this was 5, 6. Now 6, V and I. So V we know is 5, I we know is 1, so 5 and 1 is 6. So you notice IV, 1 before 5, 4, VI, 6, VII, 7, VIII, 8. So 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, and then it gets complicated again. IX is 9. Okay, so X is 10. Okay, so like 4, 1 before 5 is 4. One number before 10 is 9. IX, that means 9. And of course, 10 is X. All right, let's move on to some bigger Roman numerals. Now, I told you X is 10. Now, X and I, so 10 and 1, that's 11. XII, that's 12. All right, so up until 12 are the most common Roman numerals because those are the ones on the clock, 1 to 12. So you should really know 1 to 12, okay? Now, the next ones are not so common, okay? You rarely see them. But let's continue anyways. So after 12, we're going to jump to 20. And 20 is XX. So 10, 10. 10, 10 means 20. XXV. We know V is 5. XXV, 25. Okay, let's jump more. XX is 20. XXX, 30. And then the next one, XL. XL is 40. Well, what is L? L is 50. So X is 10. Again, 10 before 50. So 10 before 50 is 40. So this means 40. 10 before 50. L is 50. LI, 51. 51. XC is 90. Well, what is C? C is 100. So X is 10 before 100. So 10 before 100 is 90. And of course, C, 100. Okay, So again, these ones are not so common, so you don't have to worry about this so much. But anyway, let's continue to some bigger Roman numerals. Okay, so here are some bigger Roman numerals. Now we know C is 100. Let's go to this one, CD. CD is 400. Well, what is D? D is 500. So CD means 100 before 500. So that is 400. 500. M. M is the last letter we use in Roman numerals. M is 1000. Okay. MD. Well, D is 500. M is 1000. So 1500. MD. And the last one here, really big number. MDCCC. Okay, so 1500 and 100, 200, 300. The total here is 1800. Okay, so that's Roman numerals. Let's do a little more practice. Okay, let's do a little practice together. I know it's difficult. So let's take a look at these letters. LXV. What is that? LXV. Well, we know L is 50. Oh, but it's followed by X. So 50 and X is 10. So 50 plus 10 is 60. And V, what is V? V is 5. So 50 plus 10 is 60 plus V is 5. So this is going to be 65. All right, the next one. XXIX. Well, we know X is 10, and XX, 10, 10, 20, and 1. 21, X. Oh, this is confusing. First, we have to look at these. Okay, what is this number? IX. Well, IX is 9. 1 before X is 9. So XX is 20 and 9. So 29. CV. Well, C, what's C? That's 100. And what's V? That's 5. So 100 plus 5. CV, 105. Next one, CCD. CCD. Well, C is 100. And CC, that's 200. And what was D? D was 500. So CCD, that's 200 before 500. 200 before 500, that must be 300. Okay, but CCD, I tricked you. CCD is impossible. 300 can only be CCC. All right. CCD, that is impossible. That is wrong. You can only write 300 as CCD or CCC. You cannot write it CCD. All right, the last one. MMXII. M, 1000. M, 1000. 2 M's, 2000. X, 10. II, 12. So this is going to be 2000. We know that. X, II, that's 12. Oops, put them together. That is a year, 2012. It is written MMXII. All right, so that's Roman numerals. Again, you only need to know probably 1 to 12. Those are the most common. Probably you'll never have to worry about these Roman numerals in your life, okay? But this is just for fun, so you know. All right, that's it. See you next time. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about how to express your phone number, all right? So here's the question. What's your phone number? What's your phone number? Very important question. And the first number I wrote here is very big, okay? It has many parts. So let's look at the first part. The first part here is called your country code, okay? So the country code of Korea is 82. So if someone is calling from another country, they have to put your country code 82. In Canada and USA, the country code is 1. The next is the area code. Now, in Korea, I don't think there's an area code 57, but the Seoul has an area code of 02, and I think Busan, the area code of Busan is 51. So if you're calling to a specific city, you should put the area code, all right? And then the number. So to express numbers, you just say the number. So this is 8257253621. Okay, very simple to express a number. Let's look at a mobile phone number. This is 017. I don't want you to call real phone numbers. So this is just example phone numbers. So we would express 017. 017. Now if you remember 0, we can also express as O. So 017 or 017. Both are okay. And again, you have to be very careful with O because O sounds like 5 in Korean. All right, so if someone says O, don't write down 5, write down 0. Okay, so 017-3442-4666. Okay, that's the phone number. 017-3442-4666. Okay. Now, there's an easier way that a native speaker would express this number. If you look here, there are 2 4s, okay? So a native speaker, well, they might say 3442, that's fine. But another way, 3, and we would say double 4, because there's 2 4s, that's double. So 3, double 4, 2. Okay, so that's another way to express that number. And if you look over here, 4666, that's fine to express the number that way. But if you see 3 6s, that's triple. So you could say 4,666. Okay, so what's your phone number? 017-3442-4666. 017-3442-4666. Okay, that's another way to express that number. Let's move on to the last one. The last one is a nightmare because it has 5 and O. Many 5s and O to get confused. Don't get confused. So this number 017 5050 0550. Okay? 017 50 50 0550. All right, so if you don't want to be confused, you could say 017 50 50 0550. So again, you can say O or 0. All right, so that's how to express a phone number. Let's do a little test, a little listening test right now. I want you to listen to some phone numbers. Okay, so there's 4 numbers here I'm going to ask you. The first one, listen carefully. 017 5634 7454. 017 5634 7454. Okay, should look like this. Number 2. 017 1657 4565. 017 1657 4565. Okay, it should look like this. Number 3, 017 5005 0050. 017 5005 0050. Okay, it should look like this. And the last number, 017 2233 5551. 017 2233 5551. Okay, that one was difficult. It should look like this. Okay, so that's how you express phone numbers. Okay, again, if you want to know someone's phone number, you just ask the question, what's your phone number? And if someone asks you for your phone number, you just answer, it's, and then you say the numbers. All right, so that's it for phone numbers. Before I go, I'd like to tell you my phone number, so you can call me any time of the day or night to ask me English questions. So my phone number is 01047. Hello everyone, in this video I'm going to talk about numbers, more specifically things like apartment numbers, bus numbers, and flight numbers. Okay, we express these numbers differently in English. Let's take a look. So the first is apartment, your apartment number. So this could be your apartment number or house number or villa number. Bus number, taxi number, subway number, flight number. Okay, so these kinds of things, we express the numbers differently. Let's take a look. The first one, okay, it's just two numbers. We always want to look at the last two numbers. So we would say apartment number 12. That one is easy. Apartment number 12. Let's move on to the next one. All right, so we want to look at the last two numbers. The last two numbers is 21. Okay, so we would express this as 121. All right, so this could be apartment number 121. It could be bus number 121. It could be flight number 121. Now, it's also possible to say 121, okay? Bus number 121, that's okay. But you should learn just to say 121, okay? That's very fast and more common. The next one, okay, let's look at the last two numbers, 12, 12. So we would express apartment number 1212, bus number 1212. You can also say number 1212, but 1212 is more common. The next number, okay. The last two are 00, so we can't say 0. We're going to just say it all. We're going to say this as, for example, bus number 1200. Okay, bus number 1200. The next one, the last two numbers, 56. So let's say flight number 456. Flight number 456. Again, you could also say flight number 456. That's okay. The next one, the last two, 67. So let's say bus number 4567. Bus number 4567. Or you could also say 4567. The next, the last two numbers are 07. So we could also say, instead of 0, more commonly, we're going to say 07. So if I said apartment number 4007. 4007. Okay, and the last number, let's say bus number 52, bus number 1652. Okay, takes a lot of practice to learn how to express these numbers. Let's take a little quick test right now and see how you can do. All right, there's only 4 questions here. Number 1, I live in apartment 632. I live in apartment 632. Number 2, we need to take bus number 3333. We need to take bus number 3333. Number 3, my flight number is 1709. My flight number is 1709. And number 4, the last one. Let's meet at the subway station number 465. Let's meet at the subway station number 465. Okay, I hope you did well on the small little test. Again, it takes a lot of practice to be familiar saying these kind of numbers, all right? There's so many different ways to say these numbers. So I hope you learned something in this video. Anyway, I'll see you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to talk about how to express ratios in English. It's quite easy. Let's take a look. I have 2 examples here. The first example is about my party. I had a party. These are my guests, 100 guests. 75 of my guests were men. 25 of my guests were women. So what's the ratio? Well, here it is. So how would I express the ratio? Well, the simple way is just to say 3:1. 3:1. The colon here, we always say 2. 3:1. But let's make a complete and full sentence. So I would say the ratio of men to women at my party was 3:1. The ratio of men to women at my party was 3:1. All right, let's move on to the next example, talking about buttons. I got 3 red buttons, 2 blue buttons, 6 black buttons. Okay, what's the ratio of buttons? Okay, we're going to use 3 numbers, and simply you would say 3 to 2 to 6. That's the ratio of buttons. 3 to 2 to 6. Okay, easy. Let's take a look at a few more examples. All right, let's look at the first ratio example. The ratio of boys to girls in China is 110 to 100. The ratio of boys to girls in China is 110 to 100. The next example. There are 2 apples and 3 oranges. The ratio is 2 to 3. There are 2 apples and 3 oranges. The ratio is 2 to 3. And the last example. The ratio of children, teenagers, and adults is 7 to 3 to 1. The ratio of children, teenagers, and adults is 7 to 3 to 1. Okay, so I hope you have a better understanding of how to express ratios in English. Before we end this video, I just want to talk about expressing scores, okay, in a game. So here is a soccer game between Korea and Japan, and Korea wins. They have 2 goals, and Japan only has 1 goal. So what's the score? You would just say the same, 2-1. 2-1. All right? That's easy. So that's how you would express a score. All right, so that's it for our ratios, and see you next video. Hello again. In this video, we're going to learn how to express decimal numbers in English. And I'll tell you, it's quite easy. Let's look. Now here is the decimal point. Don't call it period. Don't call it dot. It's a point. It's called the decimal point. So we would express this number as 1.1. Easy. The next number. Okay, we could actually express this number 2 ways. 1.12, or 1.12. Okay. The next number, 400.1. Easy. The next number starts with a 0. Again, there's 2 ways to express this. You could say 0.02, or another common way, because it starts with a 0, we just start with the point. So some people say 0.02. Okay? Now remember, 0 can also be called O. So you could say 0.02. The next number here. Okay, we have more numbers. So 6.033 or 6.033. Okay. Okay, let's move down to the last 2 numbers here. We have 10.1 and 10.9. Now 10.1 is very close to 10. Okay. So if we change 10.1, just change it to only 10, that's called round down. Okay. Round down. So the closer, 10.1 is very close to 10. So we take away the 0.1 and just have 10. Round down. 10.9 is close, very close to 11. So we change 10.9 to 11. That situation is called round up. Okay. So changing 10.9 to 11, round up. 10.1 to 10, round down. All right? So I hope you understand how to use the decimal point, and I hope you understand round up and round down. Let's take a look at a few examples. All right, the first example, there are 2.2 grams of fat in this food. There are 2.2 grams of fat in this food. The next example, I got 99.9 out of 100 points on the test. I got 99.9 out of 100 points on the test. And the last example, my brother is 150.5 centimeters tall. My brother is 150.5 centimeters tall. All right, I hope you have a better understanding of how to use the decimal point. Before we go, I'm going to talk about the other points that we might see in English. Now up here, we have a point here, but we don't say point, okay? Here it's going to be dot, okay? We use dot for the internet, okay? So if you're using an email, it's .com or www.gogoteacher.com. Okay, so on the internet, we always say dot. So Robin at gogoteacher.com. Now here is a sentence, and we have another point, okay? In the sentence, this is called a period, okay? This is a dot, this is a period. Okay, so we call that a period. And looking at money, okay, we're going to study money in another video, but quickly, if we were reading this money, we wouldn't say dot and we wouldn't say point. Actually, in money, we say $1 and 21 cents. So in money, don't say $1.21. It's very strange. This is $1 and 21 cents. All right, and also, in Korean you say jom, but in English, this point is called a mole, okay? So you have dot, period, and mole. They all have different names. Be careful, don't say the wrong name. All right, I hope this video helps you. See you next time. Okay, in this video, we are going to talk about how to express percentages in English. And I'm going to tell you it is very, very easy. So this is going to be a short video. Let's take a look. Okay, so here are some example numbers. And this is called the percent sign. Okay, so that's called the percent sign. And we read the first number as 1%. Okay, very easy, 1%. The next number, 100%. 100%. Let's put a decimal point there. So this is 1.1%. 1.1%. The next number, 101%. Okay. And the last example, 62% of 12 is equal to 7.44. 62% of 12 is equal 7.44. All right. So that's how you express percent. Let's look at a few example sentences. All right, the first example, I got 65% on my test. I got 65% on my test. The next example, I lost 2% of my body fat. I lost 2% of my body fat. And the last example, I agree 100%. I agree 100%. Okay, so you saw some examples of how to use percent. I'm sure you're already a master on how to use percent. It's very easy. Until next video, see you. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about expressing American money, okay? So if you travel to America or other countries, you need to know how to express American money or dollars or cents, okay? Now let's take a look at the kinds of money they have. They have, of course, coins and bills. First, let's talk about the coins. Now they have 4 coins, all right? And this is how much the coins are worth. So let's talk about how to express this in English first. So how much is this? And how much is this? Well, this and this, they're the same amount, okay? This is 1 cent, and this is also 1 cent, okay? That's the smallest amount of American money, 1 cent, all right? So their coin, they have a 1 cent coin, and the 1 cent coin is called a penny, okay? The 1 cent coin, a penny. let's move on. This is 5 cents. Again, this and this, same amount of money, 5 cents, 5 cents, 5 cents. They have a 5-cent coin. The 5-cent coin is called a nickel. A nickel, okay? The next coin, this is 10 cents. Again, 10 cents, 10 cents. We can write it both ways. They have a 10-cent coin. It's called a dime. A dime, all right? And the last coin is 25 cents. 25 cents, 25 cents. And they call the 25-cent coin a quarter. A quarter, all right? Now, to get to $1, you need 100 cents. Okay, 100 cents makes $1. So if you have 4 quarters, you have $1. If you have 10 dimes, that's the same as $1. If you have 20 nickels, that's the same as $1. And how many 1-cent pennies do you need? How many pennies? Well, you need 100 pennies to make $1. Okay? Let's move on to the bills. Okay, so they use 6 main bills. Okay, the $1 bill, the $5 bill, the $10 bill, the $20 bill, the $50 bill, and the $100 bill. Again, the bills, that's the paper money. They have 6 main ones. All right, so that is the coins, that is the bills. Let's do some practice on how to express the money. Okay, so to express American money, let's look at these numbers first. Okay, we'll start off easy. Now, of course, this is $1, $1, and we should use dollar, $1. But let's move on to 10. $10. $10. You can hear this S now. Okay, you have to be very careful with the plural S. It's very important. So we have $1, but $2, $3, $10. Okay, make sure you have the S. It's so important. All right, never say $10. Okay, that sounds very strange and stupid. Okay, it's $10. $10. Make sure you have that S. So $10, $100, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000, $1 million. So one more time, $1, $10, $100, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000, $1 million. Okay, let's move on to some more difficult use of American money. All right, so these examples are a little more difficult, but it helps us understand how to express American money. All right, let's look at the first number. Of course, this is $6. $6. And the second one is the same. Okay, don't be confused by this. This is $6. Actually, this means $6 and there's no cents. So you could write $6 like this, or you could write $6 like this. It means the same. All right, let's move on. Now we have cents. Now it gets difficult. Listen carefully. So I'm going to read this number as $6.31. Okay, don't say point, don't say dot. We're going to use and. $6.31. All right. Now, there's another way to express this money, a quicker way. So as I said, $6.31. But the quicker way, an American might say just $6.31. How much is it? $6.31. Okay, So you got to be careful. There's actually two ways. $6.31 or the quick way, $6.31. All right, let's look at the next one. How much is it? $9.99. $9.99. And of course, the quick way, $9.99. $9.99. All right, let's move on. $22.50. $22.50. And the quick way, $22.50. $22.50. All right, bigger number here. $117.32. $117.32. Or the quick way, $117.32. All right, and the last amount, very big number. There's no quick way for this number. All right, it's a lot of money. $1,230,687.16. $1,230,687.16. Okay, that's how we express American money. Let's see how you will do on the test. Okay, so we're gonna try a quick test. Take out a pen and paper, and I'm gonna say American money, and you should write down what you hear. All right, question number 1, $7. $7. Okay, it should look like this. Question 2, $120. $120. Okay, looks like this. Question 3, $75,000. $75,000. Okay, like this. Question 4, $134,300. $134,300. Should look like this. Question 5, $1,900,000. $1,900,000. Question 6, 34 cents. 34 cents. Okay, looks like this. Question 7, $23.67. $23.67. Okay, looks like this. Question 8, $547.50. $547.50. Okay, like this. Question 9, $12,800.34. $12,800.34. Okay, it looks like this. Question 10, $1,111,111.11. $1,111,111.11. Wow, big number, very difficult. How did you do on the test? I hope you did well. I know it's difficult to listen to American money, but you must know it, okay? It's very important to hear the right amount of money. All right, we have this question again. Okay, we did this with the Korean money and how to express it in Korean money. We're going to do it again, but we're going to express in American money, okay? So how much is it? And it's about, what's the American money price. Same items. Let's look at the pen. How much is a pen? Well, a pen is about $1. Okay, so it's about $1. And the second one, soju again. I'm going to Family Mart. I buy the bottle of soju. How much is it? Well, it's about $1.25. It's about $1.25. Or it's about $1.25. Okay, the Galaxy Note. Yeah, very expensive mobile phone. How much is it? Well, it's about $800 to $900. Okay, it's about $800 or $900. The Kia Morning, the car, how much is it? Well, it's about $14,000. It's about $14,000. And the Gangnam apartment, how much is it? Okay, very expensive. The Gangnam apartment, maybe that's around $1 million. Okay, very expensive, a lot of money. It's about $1 million. All right, I hope you have a good understanding of American money and how to express it in English. Be careful not to make a mistake with American money. You don't want to make anyone angry. All right, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about basic calendar expressions. Okay, so it's a very easy video. You probably already know a lot of these expressions. Of course, this is a calendar, okay? And we need to know the expressions about the calendar. So on the board, I have the main ones here. So the first one, of course, is one day. And we, instead of one day, we could just say a day. So on your calendar, that is just one day, a day. Next, we have 7 days makes a week. Okay, so 1 week, and of course, a month. Okay, so a month, a little bit difficult to pronounce. A month, a month. Your tongue has to come out a little bit. A month, a month. So a day, a week, a month, and of course the full calendar, 12 months, that is a year. Okay, so a day, a week, a month, and a year. Those are the easy ones. Let's get on to bigger time. The next one here is a decade. Okay, what is a decade? Well, a decade is 10 years. Okay, 10 years is a decade. So you might buy a car every decade. Okay, every 10 years. After a decade, we have a century. A century is 100 years. Okay, and of course, we live in the 21st century. After the century, we have a millennium. Oh, very difficult to spell. A millennium. A millennium is 1,000 years. Okay, very long time. 1,000 years we would call a millennium. Okay, after a millennium, we have something called an eon. Okay, so notice we're starting with E, so we have to use an eon. How long is an eon? Well, there is no exact time of an eon. An eon just means a very, very long time. Okay, so example, the dinosaurs, they lived on the planet eons ago. Okay, so it just means a very, very long time. So this is not exact. Okay, so probably, of course, the first 4 are the easiest and they're the most important. The decade, century, millennium, and eon. Okay, you're not going to hear those too much. Okay, just I'm teaching them so you know. But you should know the first 4. Okay, so let's take a look at a few examples. Okay, here are a few examples. The first one, there are 24 hours in a day. There are 24 hours in a day. Next example, there are 7 days in a week. there are 7 days in a week. The next example, there are about 4 weeks in a month. There are about 4 weeks in a month. Okay, the next one, there are 365 days in a year. There are 365 days in a year. All right, next one. There are 10 years in a decade. There are 10 years in a decade. And the next one. There are 100 years in a century. There are 100 years in a century. And the last one. There are 1,000 years in a millennium. There are 1,000 years in a millennium. Okay, so I hope you have a better understanding from the examples. So a day, a week, a month, a year. Those 4 are the most important for the calendar. And then the last group here, not so common, a decade, a century. You should know millennium, and of course an eon. An eon, very long time. It could be millions of years. All right, so I hope you understand. That's it for this video. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about the days of the week. Okay, now the days of the week, you must know, you must remember them. We're going to talk about the pronunciation, the spelling, and the short form. Okay, so let's get started. Here they are. Of course, there's only 7 days of the week to remember. The first one here, Monday. Okay, so listen carefully how I pronounce it. Monday, Monday. The next one, Tuesday, Tuesday. The next one, okay, this one's a little difficult. Wednesday, Wednesday. Okay, what's the problem? Now, Wednesday has a D, but when we say Wednesday, we don't say the D sound. We don't say Wednesday, okay? It's Wednesday. So this is Wednesday. Wednesday. Okay? The next one, Thursday. Thursday. Okay, it has a TH. Your tongue has to come out. Thursday. 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 All right? Next one, Friday. Friday. We have an F. Your teeth should touch your lip. Friday, Friday. Okay? Saturday, Saturday. And the last one, Sunday. Sunday. Okay? Let's do them again very quick. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, but I hope you can do them really fast. Okay, so like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, you should practice until you can do it that way. All right, let's look at the spelling now. Now the spelling, okay, now they're very difficult to remember how to spell, but please know the correct way of how to spell. So the first one, Monday. Now the first letter is always big. It's always a capital letter, the big letter. You must always put the capital. So Monday, Tuesday, capital T, capital W, capital T, capital F, and these two have the capital S, the big S, okay? You always have to make that capital. And the spelling, yeah, as I said, a little bit difficult to remember. Okay, you'd have to do some self-study and remember how to spell. The short form, Monday. These are the official short form of the days of the week. Again, you need the capital letters and the period at the end. Okay, so MON, period, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Okay, this is not very short. Okay, but you need that. That's considered the official short form. Friday, Saturday, sun. All right, so that's the pronunciation, spelling, and short form. But before we move on, I want to talk about one more thing. These days of the week, Monday to Friday, those are called the weekdays. Okay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Weekdays. Okay, those are the working days. The weekdays. And of course, Saturday and Sunday, that's the weekend. Okay, so weekdays, weekend. Remember that also. Okay, let's move on to a few examples. Okay, we're going to talk about 3 important questions talking about the day. The questions are talking about today, tomorrow, and yesterday. Let's take a look at the questions. Okay, now the first one is very important. What day is today? What day is today? Now, some people, they will say, which day is today? Okay, that's a little strange. More common is using what. What day is today? So your answer, it's. Okay, your answer should always begin with it's. What day is today? It's Monday. Okay, now some people don't use it's. What day is today? Monday. Okay, that's okay. But better is using the it's. It's Monday. Okay, that's grammatically correct. That's a full sentence. It's Monday. All right, let's look at the next one. What day is tomorrow? Okay, so tomorrow in the future. What day is tomorrow? Again, it's Tuesday. Okay, what day is tomorrow? It's Tuesday. Now, it is also possible, because it's future, we can say, what day will be tomorrow? It will be Tuesday. Okay, what day will be tomorrow? It will be Tuesday. But actually, that's okay, but this is more common. What day is tomorrow? It's easier. What day is tomorrow? It's Tuesday. All right. The last one here. What day was yesterday? Okay, yesterday in the past. What day was yesterday? Okay, we're changing the be verb is to was, past tense. What day was yesterday? It was Sunday. It was Sunday. What day was yesterday? It was Sunday. Okay, so again, let's review. What day is today? It's Monday. What day is tomorrow? It's Tuesday. What day was yesterday? It was Sunday. Okay, this is the best way to ask and answer these questions. All right, let's move on. Okay, we're going to look at 3 more questions talking about how to express days of the week. Now, these questions are not talking about what day is today or tomorrow or yesterday. These questions are asking about some event. Okay, something is going to happen on a day. Okay, and when something is going to happen on a day, before we say the day, we should always use the preposition on. Okay, we need that preposition on. So the first question, when is our date? When is our meeting? Okay, I have to meet you. When is our date? Okay, and you should answer with on Friday. Okay, we are going to meet on Friday. You need that preposition. This is our event, our meeting. When? On Friday. Next question. Which days do we have English class? Okay, which days do we have English class? Now this is asking days. Which days do we have English class? Well, on Mondays. Okay, on Mondays. So the event is English class. When? On Mondays. And the last question. When is my homework due? When is my homework due? When do I need to give my homework? That's the event on Wednesday. Okay, on Wednesday. Okay, so when asking questions about what day is today, tomorrow, and yesterday, you use it's. But when you're asking about some event, okay, something is going to happen on a day, you have to use the preposition on. All right, let's move on. Okay, we're at the end of the video, but before we go, I want to talk about some common spelling mistakes that my students do. Let's take a look. Okay, so here are some days of the week, but the spelling is wrong. And the first one is Tuesday. Okay, a lot of my students write Tuesday. I don't know what day Tuesday is. I think they're confused between Tuesday and Thursday. And somehow they're mixing Tuesday and Thursday for Tuesday. Okay, don't write Tuesday. There is never a Tuesday. Be careful. Next one, Wednesday. Okay, so Wednesday has a D in the spelling. There's a D, but of course we don't say Wednesday. We say Wednesday. So lots of students spell it as they hear it. Okay, you got to be careful. There is a D. So this Wednesday, sorry, this is wrong. No, don't do this. The next one, Saturday. Looks good, Saturday, but be careful because this is a U, not an E. Saturday, so don't spell it with the E. The last two, Monday and Sunday. Monday, what's wrong? Well, the spelling is okay, but there's too much space here, okay? A lot of my students separate the day. Tuesday, Wednesday, they put too much space, okay? It's one word. It should be very close. Be careful, not too much space. And the last one, Sunday, what's wrong? Well, as I told you, it always starts with a capital letter. So if you write it with a small s, that's wrong, okay? All right, so don't make these spelling mistakes. Those are the days of the week. You have to remember all 7, the pronunciation and the spelling. Take some self-study, but I know you can do it. All right, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about months of the year. Okay, I know the months of the year are very difficult to pronounce and spell. There's 12 of them, so also very difficult to remember. Okay, but in this video, we are going to focus on pronunciation, spelling, and the short form of the month. So let's take a look at the first one, January. January, okay, be sure to pronounce that correctly. January, January. And for the spelling, remember, we need a capital J, a big J. We always need this for each month, the capital letter. Okay, so January, and the short form, Jan, with a period. This is called a period. So Jan, capital letter, period. The next month is probably the most difficult month for my students to pronounce and spell. Okay, they're always confused with this. Okay, now let's focus on the F. This is an F sound. Your teeth should touch your lip. And this is a B sound. B, b, b. Okay, so we should think of this as fe, brew, airy. February. 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 Okay, it's very difficult. February. February. So it takes a lot of practice. Also the spelling. Okay, my students are often confused with the spelling and the R's. February. And the short form, F-E-B, period. The next 4, a little bit easier, okay? March, April, May, and June, okay? And the short form Capital, remember the capital, M-A-R period, A-P-R period. May is special. There is no short form. May is just always May. So you should never have a period here. Never have the same. May. Only May. June, J-U-N, period. Okay, so the first 6, one more time. January, February, March, April, May, June. Okay, let's take a look at the last 6 months, starting with July. Okay, so don't be confused with June, July. Again, capital letters here, J-U-L period. The next one, August, August. This is aw. A-U is aw, August. Okay, and the short form, A-U-G period. September, 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 S-E-P period. October, 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 O-C-T period. November, November, November. Okay, this is a V. V. November, November. And the last month, December, December. Okay, so let's go through the last 6 again. July, July, August, August, September, September, October, October, November, November, December, December. That's all the 12 months, okay? So let's move on. Okay, we're at the end of the video, but before I go, I want to talk about some mistakes again. Please be careful with your spelling. Let's take a look at these 3. These 3 are very common. As you can see, no, don't spell these words like this. Now, the first one, we can guess this month is February, but the students are confused with the V and the B. They're writing February. Also, they're missing a U. Okay, so there's lots of mistakes with spelling February. Be careful. Don't do this. The next one is April. April, but they're writing a V. I don't know why they're writing a V, but they're writing a V. This should be a P. So don't write April. April. And the last one, I can understand the mistake. December. December. Okay, I understand because this is actually a C. It makes an S sound, December, but you got to be careful. You need the C. December, all right? So anyway, with the S, don't write like that, okay? So you got to be very careful with the spelling of the months, all right? So that's the months of the year. I hope you understand. There's 12 of them. I know it takes a lot of practice to pronounce and to spell, but you need to do a lot of self-study to master them, okay? I want you to be perfect with them. Okay, that's it for this video. See you next time. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how to express the year in English. Okay, it's a little bit difficult, but I know after this video you will understand and you'll be able to do it very well. Let's take a look. So on the board, I wrote some years. Okay, so you just have to listen and follow me. The first year up here is the year I was born. Yes, I'm quite old. So how would we express this year in English? We're going to look at the first part, 19, and the last part, 75. So we're going to divide that into 1975. 1975. Never, 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 never say 1975. No. The way to express this year, 1975. Let's look at the next one. This is 1975. This is 1999. Okay, 1975, 1999. The next one, okay. This is a little different because there's 3 zeros. So for this year, we only say 2000. Okay, there's one way to say it, 2000. The next one, okay. Now, the next one, there's actually 2 ways to express it in English. One way is 2001. Another way is 2001. Okay, 2001 or 2001. Okay, remember, zeros we can call O, 2001. The next one, 2012 or 2012. Again, there's 2 ways. 2012, 2012. Next one, similar, 2013, 2013. And the last one in the future, 2020 or 2020. Okay, so from here, going all the 2000s, there's 2 ways to express it. So sometimes that's confusing. So let's go through the list again. 1975, 1999, 2000, 2001 or 2001, 2012 or 2012, 2013, 2013, 2020 or 2020. All right, so that's how we express years in English. Let's do some more practice. Okay, so let's take a look at a few questions so we can understand how to use year in a sentence. Question 1 here. What year is it now? What year is it now? Because it's now, we want to start our sentence with it's. What year is it now? It's 2012 or 2012. Okay, what year is it now? It's 2012. Again, you should use it's, but of course it's okay just to say the year, but I prefer a full sentence. It's 2012. Let's look at the next question. What year were you born? What year were you born? Again, you came out of your mother as a baby. What year were you born? Okay, with the years, you want to use the preposition in. Okay, now with days, we use the preposition on. With months, we use the preposition in. And with years, we must use the preposition in. So what year were you born? In 1975. Okay, that's the year I was born, in 1975. The last question, very important to Korea. When is the Pyeongchang Olympics? Okay, coming soon. When is the Pyeongchang Olympics? In. Okay, again, in is our preposition. In 2018 or in 2018. All right. So those are a few examples of how to use it in a sentence. I hope you understand these examples. Using years is very, very easy. Okay, they're easy to express. Just remember to use the preposition in. Okay, that's it for years, and I'll see you next video. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about how to express the date in English. And that can be very difficult because you have to know your months, you have to know your ordinal numbers, you have to know how to express your years. So this is a very advanced video, but it's a good video to learn. So I'm going to start with this question. What's the date today? Now, don't confuse this question with what's the day today, because the day is only asking about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so on. This question is what's the date, okay? So it's very different than day. So there's 2 styles here of how to express the date. One style is British style, and one style is American style or Canadian style. We use this. Okay, so what's the date today? And it's the same date. They put the 14th March 2013. Okay, so how would they express that? What's the date today? It's the 14th of March 2013 or 2013. Okay, short form 14/3/13. Now they use day, month, year. Okay, but I know in Korea you use the opposite, year, month, day, but the British style is opposite. All right, now here is the American style, and the style I want to show you because I'm Canadian. I use this also. What's the date today? March 14th, 2013. March 14th, 2013. 3/14/13. That's how you express it. Short style. Okay. Now both ways are okay. Doesn't matter. But this is how you would express a date. Put your month, capital letter, put your ordinal number. This is 14th, a comma, and the year. Okay, and you would read it as March 14th, 2013. All right, so that's how you express the date. Let's do some more practice. Okay, here are some examples to help us understand how to express the dates. First, let's look at this question. When is payday? Now, payday is a very important day. That's when you get your money from your job. When is payday? So I'm going to begin my answer with it's. It is. It's. When is payday? Okay, and you can see when I'm expressing the date, I'm always going to use the preposition on. The preposition on, okay? So when is payday? It's on Monday. That's very simple. It's on the 16th. Okay, it's on the 16th of this month. Now, if you're just going to focus on the date here, 16th, we always need a the 16th. All right, the next one, we're going to combine these. We're going to put these two together. When is payday? It's on Monday, the 16th. Okay, so we have on Monday, that's okay. On the 16th, that's okay. On Monday, the 16th, that's okay too. Okay, all of them are okay, but this one, there's no confusion. This is very detailed. All right, let's look at the last two. Now, when is payday? It's on June 16th. Okay, you want to focus on the month sometimes. It's on June 16th. And let's put all of these together. When is payday? It's on Monday, June 16th. Okay, if you want to be very detailed and make sure there's no confusion, you're going to say the day, the month, and the date here. Okay, when is payday? It's on Monday, June 16th. Okay, so there are many ways to express the same thing. Okay, it depends on the situation, but you have to be familiar with all these ways, because which one is the best way? Well, there is no best way here. It depends on the person. Everyone's going to say it a little bit different. All right, let's move on to some questions. First question here. When were you born? Okay, when were you born? Again, you came out of your mother as a baby. When were you born? This is a very detailed answer. Okay, so this is when I was born on March 20th, 1975. Okay, so I'm going to put the capital on March 20th, comma, 1975. That's how I would write and say that date. Let's move on to the next question. When is your birthday? Okay, they're very similar questions. When were you born? When is your birthday? Okay, so when is your birthday? Doesn't care really about the year. It's more about the month and the date. Okay, so when is your birthday? On March 20th. On March 20th. That's the date of my birthday. Next one. When is Valentine's Day? A very good and happy day. When is Valentine's Day? On February 14th. On February 14th. The last question. When will you go to Spain? When will you go to Spain? You're asking your friend, when will you go to Spain? And maybe she answers very quickly, oh, on the 19th. On the 19th. All right. So I hope you have a better understanding of how to express the date in English. It takes a lot of self-study and practice, but I know you can understand if you really try. That's it for this video. See you next time. Hi everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the seasons. Okay, it's very easy because there's only 4 seasons, all right? And you probably already know them. Here they are. And the first one is spring. Spring. And spring is when the flowers come out, okay? The next season, summer. Summer. Summer is hot. Summer is a good time to go to the beach. Summer is my favorite season. I like hot weather. All right, the next season, autumn. Autumn. Okay, this has an aw. Autumn. Autumn. So instead of autumn, an easier way is just to say fall. You can say autumn or fall. Both are okay. They mean the same thing. So of course, in autumn, the leaves on the trees fall. And the last season, winter. Okay, winter. Winter, of course, is very cold and you build snowmen in winter. I don't like winter very much. Okay, so those are the 4 seasons. Let's do some extra practice. Okay, for our practice, I have 3 quick questions. Let's look at the first question. What season is now? What season is right now? Okay, because it's now, we have to begin with it's. Okay, it is. It's summer. Okay, I made this video now. For me, it's summer. Okay, when you're watching this video, maybe it's another season. All right, what season is now? It's summer. Remember, right now, we always use it's. Okay, the next questions. When is Halloween? Okay, so what season is Halloween? Well, we have to use the preposition in. Okay, when is Halloween? In autumn. Okay, in autumn or in fall. Okay. So remember, with the seasons, we need the preposition in. When is Halloween? In autumn. In fall. And the last question, when is Christmas? Okay, what season? Of course, in winter. When is Christmas? It's in winter. Okay, so that's the seasons. Remember, when we're talking about now, we need it's. We're talking about the season now, and other seasons, we need the preposition in, okay? That's seasons. I hope you understand. See you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this time expressions video. In this video, we are going to talk about how to express the time of day. Okay, it's very simple. And you would talk about the time of day to express your routine, what you do in the different times of day. Let's take a look at the board. I have a question. When do you? And let's make a question. When do you wake up? Okay, when do you wake up? And you want to express the time of day. Very easy. In the morning. When do you wake up? In the morning. Make sure you have the, don't say in morning, in the morning. When do you wake up? In the morning. When do you take a shower? In the morning. When do you go to work? In the morning, okay? Let's look at the next one. In the afternoon. When do you take a nap? Okay, you take a quick sleep. When do you take a nap? In the afternoon. Okay, I like to take a nap in the afternoon. When do you go home after work? When do you go home? In the evening. When do you eat dinner? In the evening. When do you watch TV? In the evening. Okay, so these are very easy ways to express the different times of day. Make sure you have in the. All right, let's look at the next ones. They're using at. Okay, so this first one is using at night. In the evening, at night. Very similar, but in the evening is usually talking about early evening. Okay, around 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Okay, that's the evening time, relaxing time. At night is probably after 10 p.m. You know, you're going into 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., very late time. Okay, that's usually when we say at night. All right, so when do you, well, if I said, when do you go home from work? And you said in the evening, okay, I know it's early. But if I asked, when do you go home from work? And you said at night, I would think, oh, very late, maybe after 10 p.m. All right, you have to be very careful walking on the street at night. All right, the next two are very exact times. Okay, at noon, at midnight. Noon is only 12 p.m. That is noon. So when do you have lunch? You can say at noon. All right. Midnight is only 12 a.m. Okay, very late. When do you go to bed? At midnight. Okay, very, very late. Only 12 p.m., only 12 a.m. They're very exact times. All right, so these are different ways to express the times of day. Let's take a look at a few examples. Okay, let's look at these examples. The first one, I exercise in the morning. I exercise in the morning. The next one, my lunchtime is at noon. My lunchtime is at noon. The next one, I like to go swimming in the afternoon. I like to go swimming in the afternoon. And the next one, I eat dinner in the evening. I eat dinner in the evening. And the next one, I eat ramyeon at midnight. I eat ramyeon at midnight. And the last example, be careful walking alone at night. Be careful walking alone at night. Okay, I hope you understand how to express the different times of day in English. I'm going to ask you a question now. When do you study English? Okay, what time of day do you study English? When do you study English? I suggest the best time to study English is in the morning, okay? In the afternoon is not so good. A lot of my students are always very tired in the afternoon. In the evening is okay, but never, never at night. That's too late, all right? So I hope you understand these time expressions. See you next video. Hello everyone, welcome to this time expressions video. In this video, we're going to talk about how to use ago, later, next, and last. Okay, these are very useful expressions to use when talking about time. But first, let's review our vocabulary. And this is the vocabulary we need to know for this video. Second, and I have 1 second. Okay, 1 second. We could also, instead of 1 second, we could say a second. So 1 and a mean the same, just 1 second. Okay, 1 minute, a minute, Okay, how many seconds in 1 minute? Well, 60 seconds in 1 minute. And the next is hour. Now, hour is special because we're going to use on, okay? Because hour starts with a vowel sound, okay? On, hour. Okay, we always use on with hour. And of course, there's 60 minutes in 1 hour, on hour. Next is a day, 1 day. Of course, how many hours in a day? 24 hours. A week, how many days in a week? 7 days in a week, 1 week. 1 month, a month. Okay, and the last one, 1 year, a year. Okay, so that's the vocabulary. I hope you understand. Before we move on, I'm going to change this. Okay, this is 1. Well, now let's put 2. Now everything changes. 2 second. No, we have to plural it. 2 seconds. 2 minute, 2 minutes. 2 hour, no, 2 hours. 2 day, 2 days. 2 week, 2 weeks. 2 months, 2 years. Seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks, months, years. So if you're using 2, 3, 4, every number except 1, okay? Make sure you use the plural. All right, let's move on. Okay, now we know the vocabulary. Let's get into the first 2 expressions, ago and later. Very easy to use. Ago is talking about the past, before, and later is talking about the future, after, okay? So I have a question here. When did you call me? Okay, when did you call me? Okay, this is talking about the past. So someone asks, when did you call me? Okay, you just put the vocabulary here. 1 second ago. Okay, that's very soon. That's too soon. When did you call me? 1 second ago. That's too soon. 1 minute ago. That's possible. 1 hour ago. 1 day ago, 1 week ago, 1 month ago, 1 year ago. You can use any of these here, okay? So remember, if you said 5, for example, 5, when did you call me? 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, okay? Remember, we have this S because it's now 5. 5 minutes ago. All right, so we're going to use ago because it's a past question. When did you call me? 5 minutes ago. When did you come home? 1 hour ago. All right, let's change the question. Let's change it here to the future. When will you call me? Okay, in the future, when will you call me? Let's use the future expression. 1 second later, well, that's too soon. Second is very short time. Okay, when will you call me? 1 minute later, 1 hour later, 1 day later, 1 week later, 1 month later, 1 year later, very long time, okay? And also remember, if we're going to use a plural, 5, 6, 7, 8, we need the S. When will you call me? 5 hours later, all right? So ago and later, very useful expressions to use for talking about the past and the future. Let's move on to the next 2 expressions. Okay, so we're going to look at these 2, last and next. Also very useful time expressions. Now, I changed the question a little bit. Okay, so past tense, when did you get married? And for the future, when will you get married? Let's take a look. When did you get married? Last second? No. Okay, we can't use second with this expression. Next second? No. Last minute? No, we can't use minute. And actually, we can't use hour and we can't use day. We can only use these expressions, okay? So for these ones, you want to use ago and later only. Now these ones, you can use ago and later and last and next. Okay, so again, you can't use these with last and next. So let's take a look. When did you get married? Last week, last month, last year. Very easy. When will you get married? Next week, next month, next year. Okay, so that's how you use last and next. Very easy. Let's take a look at some examples. All right, let's look at some example sentences. Listen carefully. 2 weeks ago, I met a girl. 2 weeks ago, I met a girl. Last week, we went on a date. Last week, we went on a date. 10 minutes ago, I asked her to marry me. 10 minutes ago, I asked her to marry me. 2 hours later, we will go home. 2 hours later, we will go home. Next week, we will meet her parents. Next week, we will meet her parents. 2 months later, we will get married. 2 months later, we will get married. Okay, I hope you have a good understanding of how to use the time expressions ago and later and last and next. They're very useful to quickly express time, all right? So you should study those, self-study. I know you can learn them. I know you can use them. So I hope this video helped you. See you next time. Hello everyone, welcome to this time expressions video. In this video, we're going to talk about time expressions for the past, present, and future. Now, in the previous video, the before video, we already studied ago, later, last, and next. Those ones are common. And here are a few more, okay? Now, there's a lot of time expressions, and I can't teach them all, but I tried to choose the most common. All right, so let's take a look. The first is past, things that happened before. And the first one, very common, last night. Very easy to use. Last night I ate pizza. Last night I drank a beer. Last night I went to bed early. All right, so very easy to use to talk about yesterday night. Now the next three, in the past, a long time ago, and long ago. Okay, these are things that happened before, but a very long time has passed. So for example, in the past, Korea had a war. Okay, so that was long ago. A long time ago was the Joseon dynasty. Okay, long ago was the Joseon dynasty. All of these are good expressions to talk about something long ago. Okay, let's move on to the present. Now, right now. Right now, I'm teaching in this video. Also, we could use this one, as we speak. As we speak means the same as now. As we speak, I am teaching this video. Nowadays, these days, recently. All of these mean the same thing. So something has happened around this time. Now, be careful with nowadays. Nowadays is one word. A lot of my students say nowadays. Nowadays is wrong. Don't say nowadays. You have to say nowa. There's an A there. Nowadays. Nowadays. These days. Recently. So nowadays the weather is very hot, or these days the economy is bad. All right. So all of them very similar. All right, let's go to the future. Soon. A lot of my students like to say coming soon, coming soon. Now, we usually use coming soon for movies that are coming soon. But just when we're talking with our friends, we don't usually say coming soon. We say soon. My friend is coming soon. That's okay. But I'm getting married soon, or I'm going to eat dinner soon. Okay? I'm going to use it like that. don't use coming soon too much. Tonight, I'm going to have a good dinner. Tonight, I'm going to go to bed early. Tomorrow night, okay, tomorrow night, I have to meet my friends. Tomorrow night, I'm going to exercise, all right? And the last two, in the future, far in the future, all right? So we're talking about a long time. So in the future, I don't know when. In the future, I will get married. Far in the future, maybe 20 years later, I will retire. I will quit my job. All right. So I'm sorry I had to go a little bit quick through these expressions. These are good time expressions to express past, present, and future. Let's take a look at a few examples right now. Okay, I wrote 3 sentences here to help you understand how to use the time expressions past, present, and future. Let's take a look at the first one. In the past, okay? We should try and always use our time expression at the beginning of the sentence. So in the past, that's my time expression. After our time expression, we should use a comma. In the past, comma. So in the past, Korea was poor. In the past, Korea was poor. All right? The economy was not good. Let's look at the next sentence. Nowadays, comma. So nowadays, these days, recently, Korea is developing. Okay, nowadays, Korea is developing. Again, I have a comma. And let's go to the future. In the future, Korea will be rich. In the future, Korea will be rich. In the future, far in the future, soon, maybe soon. Soon, Korea will be rich. Okay? So again, use the time expressions in the beginning, followed by a comma there. Okay? So let's look at some more examples. Example 1. Last night, I had a job interview. Today, I got a phone call. I was hired. Tonight, I will celebrate at a good restaurant. Okay, example number 2. In the past, children were very polite. Nowadays, children are rude. In the future, I hope children are polite again. Right, next example. Recently, I have been sick. As we speak, my stomach hurts. Soon, I may need to go to the hospital. All right, the last example. A long time ago, I got married. These days, I have 2 teenage boys. Far in the future, I will have grandchildren. Okay, so those were some good examples of how to use the time expressions of past, present, and future. Now, as I taught you, you should try and use the time expressions at the beginning of the sentence, but in some cases, it is okay to use them at the end. All right, that's not a bad thing. Anyway, I hope you understand. I know there's a lot to learn in this video. I hope to see you again soon. Hello everyone, welcome to this time expressions video. In this video, we are going to talk about indefinite adverbs of frequency. Okay, what are indefinite adverbs of frequency? Well, indefinite means the time is not exact, not detailed, and adverbs of frequency are words that describe how often we do something. Okay? So to help you understand, let's look at the list of adverbs of frequency. These are the most common. All right, so how often you do something. Let's go through the list. Of course, the top one is always. That means you always do something. Almost always, very close. Frequently, okay, you do it a lot. Usually, often, sometimes. Okay, sometimes is the middle. So sometimes you do something, sometimes you don't. Occasionally, occasionally, seldom, rarely. Okay, you don't do something very much. Almost never. And the last one, never. You never do something. Okay, so let's look at our question. This is the important question we want to answer. How often? How often do you? So how often do you do something? So let's make an example question. How often do you drink water? Okay, how often do you drink water? So someone asks you that question. How often do you drink water? Okay, so first you should think about which one of these describes how often you drink water. So there's actually 3 ways to answer this question. Now, I'm going to choose always. So the first way to answer, how often do you drink water? I would say always. Okay, very simple. You just say the adverb of frequency. How often do you drink water? Always. Okay, that's the easiest way. The second way, how often do you drink water? Okay, you would use a complete sentence, a full sentence. I always drink water. How often do you drink water? I always drink water. All right, and the last way, which is probably the most common way, is this one here. How often do you drink water? I always do. Okay, I always do. This is a good sentence to use. All right, let's change the question. How often do you drink soju? Okay, how often do you drink soju? Some of you are always, some of you are never. I'm going to choose sometimes. So I'm going to say, I sometimes do. How often do you drink soju? I sometimes do. All right. Now, the adverbs of frequency are usually in the middle of the sentence. Okay. But you see these ones here with the star, these ones are in the middle, but also we could use them at the beginning of a sentence. So how often do you drink soju? Sometimes I do. I sometimes do. Both ways are okay, all right? So these are the adverbs of frequency. I know it takes a lot of practice to remember them and use them properly. So we're going to look at a few more examples right now to help you understand them. Okay, let's look at some example sentences. The first one. Occasionally, I play tennis. Occasionally, I play tennis. I frequently swim at the beach. I frequently swim at the beach. Sometimes I go fishing. Sometimes I go fishing. I always have a headache. I always have a headache. My wife usually comes home late. My wife usually comes home late. She almost never studies. She almost never studies. We hardly ever hold hands. We hardly ever hold hands. They often fight. They often fight. All right, so those were some good examples of how to use indefinite adverbs of frequency. Now, they're very useful to know, so you should study them. Now, I couldn't talk about everything in this video, so you need some extra self-study. Learn them, use them. They're very useful to express how often you do something. All right, so that's it for this video. See you next video. Hello everyone, welcome to this time expression video. In this video, we are going to learn how to use definite adverbs of frequency. What does that mean? Well, definite means an exact time, an exact amount. And the adverbs of frequency, okay, those are words to describe how often we do something. All right, so let's take a look. This is the question we want to answer. So someone asks, how often do you do something? So let's do an example. I will ask, how often do you take a shower? How often do you take a shower? Okay, so we have to answer. Now let's start with once. Once means one time, but we don't say one time. We use the word once. So how often do you take a shower? Once, and then I would choose one of these, okay? Once a minute, okay, that's a lot of showers. Once an hour, that's still a lot of showers. Once a day, that sounds right. How often do you take a shower? Once a day, all right? Now, some of you, maybe you take a shower 2 times, but we don't say 2 times, we say twice, okay? So we use once, twice. How often do you take a shower? Twice a day, okay? And if you're a very dirty person, maybe twice a week, twice a month, or once a year. That's a very dirty person. Okay, so we have once, twice. I'll change the question. How often do you brush your teeth? How often do you brush your teeth? Well, I brush my teeth, let's see. Once a day? No, twice. No, I'll say 3 times. Okay, so we say once, twice, 3 times. I brush my teeth 3 times a day. 3 times a day. How often do you eat food? I eat food 3 times, 4 times, many times. Okay, I eat a lot of food. I eat breakfast, lunch, dinner, and some snacks. So many times a day. All right. Okay, so we're using a day a lot. Let's use one of these. How often do you go to school? Okay, so if I ask the question, how often do you go to school? Well, 3 times. If you go to school, maybe 5 times a week. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So you would say 5 times a week. Okay. How often do you take a trip? Okay. How often do you take a trip? Well, maybe you would say once a year, maybe twice a year, okay? Maybe never, okay? Don't forget, never is also a choice. All right, so this is how we use the definite adverbs of frequency. Let's move on to some more. Okay, we're going to look at the expression every. Every is very common, very easy to use because you can say every morning, every afternoon, every evening, every minute, every hour, every day, every week, every month, every year. So let's make a new question. How often do you exercise? How often do you exercise? Well, some of you maybe every morning or every evening, every day, all right? How often do you check your phone for new messages? Okay, so how often do you check your phone for new messages? Some of you might say every minute. Every minute I check my phone. Or every hour. How often do you visit your grandparents? Okay, maybe your grandparents live very far. How often do you visit your grandparents? Well, every year, okay? So that's similar to once a year, every year, all right? So that's every, very easy to use, very common. So let's look at some more examples right now. The first example, I visit my parents once a month. I visit my parents once a month. The next example, 5 times a week I go jogging. 5 times a week I go jogging. The next example. Every minute I check my mirror. Every minute I check my mirror. Every evening I watch TV. Every evening I watch TV. And the last example. I like to meet my friends once a week. I like to meet my friends once a week. Okay, we just saw some great examples of how to use definite adverbs of frequency. They're very good to know, especially when someone is asking you a how often question. All right, you have to answer with an adverb of frequency. So you need to do a little more self-study. I couldn't talk about everything in this video, so please do a little more self-study and learn them very well. I know you can master them. That's it for this video. See you next time.